All right, ladies and gentlemen. Figured I'd do a little bit of a switch up on all of you, catch you off guard. So welcome out to What's Your Question number 55. And happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. That song right there, I'm going to play it again because it's that good. That song right there, if you have never heard of it, is called The Trip by the band Still Corners. And it's pretty amazing song, actually. Really kind of sucks you in. A big shout out to my friend Hope. She kind of shared that with me many months ago, and I just fell in love with the song. There's like a 1 hour repeat over and over you can find on YouTube. And it's just pretty awesome. But anyway, I figured I'd start off this What's Your Question 55 with some nice, smooth, beautiful music with the cityscape. I'm just a huge fan of the night and the neons and the lights at night. I was born at 1:03 a.m. Maybe you were too. So anyway, I just figured I'd switch it up. And rather than do it on Saturday, I'm like, why not just come on here on Thursday? I just kind of felt froggy, and I'm like, I'm just going to jump on the lily pad and share some space with all of you great decoders, wherever you are in the world today or tonight. And so, again, I'm wearing the sunglasses. Why am I wearing sunglasses? I'm not wearing them to be Joe Cool. I'm wearing them to remind you that we're inside of a movie. When you see these, in my opinion, when you see the sunglasses in movies, it reminds you that you are in a movie. That's what this sunglasses. This is my little prop. So you could say you're in a simulation, but you're in a movie. This is a real movie. You're inside the movie right now. Something's watching us right now. Something's watching us right now, as I have been supporting with my decodes over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? All right, so let me take those off because I was just my little prop, my little intro. And let me get some more music on here so we can take off and go crazy with this What's Your Question number 55. All right. Let's get this party started here. Get into some of your questions. I'm going to put out from my favorite go-to, Dream State Logic, which is the artist that I usually use for my decodes, my presentations. Excuse me. So this is what's going to be playing in the background for this What's Your Question 55. I'm going to be looking over here to the right again because this is where I have all you great decoders and your text coming in, your messages coming in here. So I'll be looking here from time to time, okay? I'm going to try to get to as many questions as I can. You know how I roll. If you've been here before, I do my rants. I go on tangents. I just go off in so many different layers with my mind, and my mind's not my own. I mean, the little voice in my head, man, that owns me. I let it just flow through me, and I'm having the time of my life ever since I've kind of surrendered to that. Hopefully, maybe you have as well. Decided to also go with the color purple tonight with the background. And then the cards that you see on the left and right side of the room on the wall there are the cards representing today's date, which is March 9th. Okay? March 9th, which is actually the Two of Spades. The Two of Spades and the counterpart, maybe you're a Two of Spades birthday. Two of Spades is counterpart, the Spirit. The handler card is the Six of Spades. Kind of interesting. It's the 26. That's my life path, 26. Maybe you're a 26 life path. The Two of Spades, this card, is tied to the Akashic Records. It's the card that I work for ultimately. I can tell all of you that in my lineages. This one right here, this is the 41st card in the deck, tied to the Akashic Records. And then the Six of Spades, which is the Spirit card. So, of course, as fate would have it, how does this all roll out? How does this all play out? Well, as fate would have it, right? Because we're living inside of a movie. A fun movie, if you ask me. I'm having a lot of fun with this movie. So the Spirit card, maybe you're this for your ego card, but it's the Six of Spades. This card is the 45th card in the deck, tied to the words Pandora's Box. So you have the Akashic Records card, the Two of Spades, and then Pandora's Box, the Six of Spades, tied together. And then, keep in mind that the Six of Spades is tied to the movie because this card right here, when you convert it into the tarot, it becomes the Six of Swords, which is the card, if you've been paying attention and watching this great research, it's the card tied to the diamagnetic pulse which is light. Big shout out to Gemini on Facebook if you're friends with him. That's where I got that from. Like, this is, I decode, but I get a lot of nuggets from people. And there it is. And this is tied to Genesis 1 verses 2 if you're a fan of theology. And God said, let there be light. And the light moved across the face of the waters right there. This is tied to Genesis 1 verses 2. Telling you, like, this is spirit deciding to come down here and play the game of life, and then it has to move across the water. What is the water ultimately? It's your body. It's your body. We're made up of primarily water. You can't let that thing dry up, man. Go 3-4 days without water, but you can't do it. Well, some of you may be able to. Go 7 days. You won't be able to do 7 days. Anyways, amazing cards. These two primary cards for today. Amazing. What's so interesting is, I observe so many things in my reality, and I still miss things. So just yesterday, I put out my Gematria Decoded. And, some of you have been like 2 nights ago, but it was actually on March 8th is when it actually was published. And, I constantly look at the calendar to see what day that is. And I didn't do that. When I decode, I just decode. Whatever my mind's telling me to do, I just do it. And then when I go back and I look over some of the stuff, it's like, it's like all these things are lining up. So I know I'm not in control of my reality. I just know I'm not. I'm okay with that. So what is the day, March 8th? Well, it's the 67th/68th day of the year. 67 being tied to holmium, the most magnetic element on the periodic table, 68 tied to erbium. And if you paid attention to Gematria Decoded, Slipknot had that song called Gematria, the Killing Name. That's a total of 68. So I released this decode on Gematria, including the band Slipknot from their 2008 album, All Hope Is Gone, with the song saying Gematria, the Killing Name, and it was a total of 68. And I released this decode on the 68th day of the year, including the leap year aspect. How about that? I didn't plan on doing that. Some people may not believe me, like, oh yeah, Logan, you planned. No, I did not. I have no reason to lie to anybody. I did not plan it. So then all I do is retro back to show and support that I am being used as an instrument to show you how this reality is working. You can call it you can say whatever you want at that point. It's all really what matters is you making the truth your own. That's all that matters in this reality. That is it. Follow no man, no woman. Follow no cult, no religion, no path. Follow your journey. It's your journey. It's your movie. Essentially, you're the star of the movie, and anybody outside of you that's not in your entourage, your family, your soulmates, your partners, everybody's an extra. Like, if you've never met me, if I'm not really close to you, I'm just an extra in your movie. I may play a role. You may listen to some of the things that I say, but at the end of the day, your truth is the only truth that matters. That's it. That's why when you adopt this belief, and this is just my opinion, right? When you adopt that your truth is the only truth that matters, it squashes division. It completely eliminates having to debate or argue with people. There's no reason for it at that point. But you see, people love to argue, debate, and they love their dirty laundry, so they're used to it. That's some of their fix. Like, someone uses drugs to get their fix. Well, people get dirty laundry to get their fix. So I hope you're past that point now. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to some of your questions. It's great to be here. Thursday night, figured I'd switch it up. All you great decoders, wherever you're at in the world, thanks for joining me. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for coming on this journey. You guys and gals are all amazing. Even if you're here and you don't like me, because I know some people are here and they don't even like me. It's just so funny. People are funny. People are funny. Jonathan's asking, talk a little on why religions are corrupted. Well, you see, I don't feel that anything's corrupt. Right? That's my take on why do I say that? Because just use the analogy of a car or a lemon. Let's just use this since it's nature. When this thing's on the tree, it's not corrupt. It's essentially, when it starts to bloom and it's a baby, it's an embryo. And then when somebody picks it off the tree, you instantly remove the life force from the lemon. And now it's on its own. And over time, if I leave this out on my counter, if I go away for 2 weeks and I come back, do you think it's going to look like that? Hell no. It's going to corrupt it. It's going to get corrupted. What is corruptness? Satan, time. This thing will eventually start to disintegrate. It will decay. What does that decay? Well, there are a lot of organisms that are involved in the decay process, but let's just use time as the construct here. Time is what makes this thing decay, and decay is what is part of being corrupt. Over time, things corrupt because other organisms, other ideas attach themselves and take this thing down. It cannot stay in this state forever. Neither can the temple, neither can your body. Essentially, all of us face one thing that is factual. Then there's no getting around it. Unless this game changes, we all will face death. Why? Because over time, you start to decay. Matter of fact, every time you eat food, you decay quicker. Because every time you eat, it's like turning the keys in your car and starting it up. And what happens when you put a mile or two on the engine of your car? Well, when you go to trade in your car, what happens if you got 100,000 miles versus 50,000 miles? Do you think the one that has 100,000 is going to be worth more as a trade-in? Hell no. The 50,000 mile car is going to be worth more every single time. Why? Because it has less miles on it. So you take that same construct and you put it into this lemon. This has some miles on it now because it's been picked off the tree. It's been removed from its life force. And this thing will face death. Whether we cause it, I'm going to give death to this lemon. I'm going to give thanks and gratitude to it, though, whatever I use it for. But this right here is going to face death. When I put it to the knife, usually I have these in my salad, my salada. This will face death by me, the butcher knife. It's going to get the knife. And if it was alive, it would curse the hell out of me. But anyway, that's my long answer. But I don't feel there's anything corrupt. I feel that people just add on their layers and then it becomes more defined. And eventually these things face death. That's why I feel going into whatever age we're moving into, there will be no more need for any religions. There will not be any more need for them anymore. Okay, there's going to be certain things in the next age or in this age that we have moved into or are moving into that will not be the same as the age that we will leave. Religion will be a thing of the past. That's my opinion. That's my long answer for that, Jonathan Jimenez. What's up, Christine? Christine saying, love my Akashic record reading. Akashic records? Yeah, right here. If you're a fan of the I have to get a new deck, and I'm going back to the US soon, and I'm going to get another deck. But if you're a fan of the medicine cards, the animals, insects, and reptiles, the 52 cards, what is the 41st card in the deck? The whale. The whale is the largest animal in the world. And if you study the blue whale, you realize it's been there so long, it's collected so much energy. That's why it's the Akashic record card. And it's the two of spades. Two meaning duality, right? You can flip it on its side, you get the infinity symbol there. So many ways to look at this. Two representing duality. Deborah's asking, have you ever read of any of the Seth books? I have. It's just been a long time. I bought a book. I bought one of them. And I honestly got bored with it. But that was at that stage in my life. So I just, maybe if I'm not really into reading books these days. I read a lot on the internet, of course. That is my book, right? Multiple facets all the time. I'm constantly engrossing myself in so many different topics all the time. I was actually studying the word radio. You ever, and this is a big one. I'm going to probably do a decode on this. Radio. Ra, and the word radio has two big words if you separate it. Ra and then Dio. Ra Dio. Ra is the sun god and Dio means God. So it's got God in there twice. So it means sun god. And how do radio waves transmit themselves? Well, you can't see them. Radio waves are what is part of how you get your messages into your brain, into your all-seeing eye, into your thalamus. That's what I believe. The voice in your head, where do these thoughts come from? Well, I can tell you right now, you don't own them. Have you ever used logical and critical thinking like, where do my thoughts come from? Like, where do your thoughts just pop into your head? Where does that come from? You think you came up with that? Sometimes you do, but you had this great idea. Oh my God, I have this great idea. Where'd that come from? Just out of nowhere. What happens when a song randomly pops in your head out of nowhere? Are you paying attention to that? See, when you're a decoder, when you're a syncretist, when you're somebody who's, a mystic, someone who's involved in the esoteric, the occult, all this, when you have a song pop in your head out of nowhere, you should decode that because it's a message. It could be monumental in your life. But people don't pay attention to that. Why? And I get it because life gets in the way. That's why, my life has taken off like a rocket for me because I've become a minimalist. And when you become a minimalist, you detach from so many things that cause interference with you receiving the messages. Because when everybody has their own code, right? But when you have a family to take care of, all of you that have children and stuff, that's life. And that takes a large portion of your energy. So you may not be paying attention to the things coming into your reality because you're paying attention to your children. You're watching them grow up, and that's exactly what I would do as a parent. But when you become a minimalist like myself, then it becomes much easier in life, and then I feel the transmission coming into your brain becomes a little bit different. I'm not going to say it's superior to anybody else's life when you become a minimalist, but when you become a minimalist, you detach from many, many things in your life that cause distractions. Essentially, to me, the whole state of nirvana is releasing attachments. So when you have a lot of responsibility in life, when you have responsibilities that then move into the more side of liabilities, because everything's an asset and a liability. When you have more liabilities in your life, you got to take care of this, got to pay that, got to do this, then you become a lot more, you have a lot of static in your life, which I get, that's just how life is. You got to work with what you got. But if you've made the decision to become a minimalist and kind of detach from life, you now are freed up to do, the observations of life, as a mystic, if you will. Okay, let's get some more questions here. Oh my God, you know what? I stand corrected. Rikara is right. Today is the ace of spades. I don't know why I had the two of spades. She's right. Yesterday was the two of spades. Thank you, Rikara, for correcting me. All right. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so let's talk about that. That doesn't really change anything. It just changes the whole perspective of, thanks for correcting me on that, Rikara. I was so fixated on yesterday and putting out that Gematria decoded that I completely, I made a mistake. So, hang on a second, folks. Okay. So we have the ace of spades and the seven of hearts. Thank you, Rikara, for correcting me on that. Rikara Barnes in the house. So yesterday was the two of spades and the six of spades. Today is the ace of spades and the seven of hearts. Right here. Today. March 9th. And the Ace of Spades, of course, being the 40th card in the deck, tied to the Ace of Swords, which is card number 65. I mean, that's not 65, excuse me. Card number, hold on, 37. 37, sorry, 37. And then we have the Seven of Hearts tied to the Seven of Cups, which is card number 43 in the tarot. And this, this Seven of Hearts right here is multiple choices. This card can represent illusions, these two. And then you have, so funny too, because this is 47. Ace of Spades, card 40, Seven of Hearts, card 7, 47. Tetragrammaton, etc., etc. Okay. I received the mistake, yeah. Lisa's asking, what are my thoughts on deja vu? I don't know. I haven't really looked into that topic very much. I mean, that's obviously reoccurring patterns, right? Like, oh, hey, I've been here before. Well, maybe you're just kind of tapping into your past energy, maybe, if this is the way it works. But I haven't really, I mean, let me see what the numerology is on it. I looked into it a little bit before. Yeah, it's a 23, so that's tied to the Royal Star of the Lion. 23, I mean, what can I say about the 23? It's tied to blood crown history, tied to the word history. So think about that. Deja vu, 23, history, 23. Deja vu is like, hey, I've been here before. History. Jason, you ever ask people what they're thinking? They usually say nothing. I think that's just a habit people have. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Bullshit. Of course you're thinking about something. Your mind doesn't stop thinking even when you say, well, I'm going to meditate and focus on my breathing. See, you have to then think about focusing on your breathing. So it's not possible to stop your thinking. You have to focus on something. What are the origins of the playing cards? Well, as far as I can tell, they come from the Europe countries, and they've been around since the 13th, 14th century, which goes back a long time. And so these cards actually, pave the way for the tarot. The tarot came after. But the tarot is so valuable because it offers the pictures beyond what the cards offer. That's why I love integrating both. JJ Recon, advice on how one can get to know the stranger in the head. Figure out what your code is. Figure out what you're doing here. What is your purpose here? What's your life path? What's your identity? What's your numerology through your identity, which meaning your ego? What's the job of your ego? What do you desire? What do you really want to do? What gets you out of bed in the morning? What's going to get you out of bed in the morning, put your feet on the floor and say, today I can't wait to start my day? Are you there yet? Those are the basics I would start with. Can you wake up and say, I cannot wait to start my day today? And live a state of gratitude. Be grateful for everything around you. That's where I would start. And then decode yourself, right? Know yourself from top to bottom. Human design, personality types, color code, Enneagram, gene keys, the cards, tarot, astrology, both Vedic and sidereal and tropical. That's how you figure out how to tap into the voice in your head to where it'll be clear. Where you're going to have this is my opinion, right? How you're going to have clear messages coming down. Just like this, you're hearing me crystal clear. This is the messages that you want to have downloaded in your mind. The brain is a transmission receiving station. Even the word feedback is 30, just like the word role play is 30. in Chaldean, just like the word demiurge is 30. Big shout out to my moderators. We got Pam in the house. We got Steven in the house with the wrenches there. Thanks both of you for showing up and being here. Appreciate your energy. So let's move into some health a little bit here. I decided, I just had a salada. I just had a salad before I came on here tonight to get me through this. And I usually have a salad every day, pretty much. I mean, I have a big bowl. I have this hydroponic lettuce that I get. And I usually do the same thing. I do the hydroponic lettuce. I do one of those long English cucumbers, maybe like a half a head of celery. And then, what do I add for my seasonings? Well, I keep it really simple, but I want to share this with all of you so maybe you can enjoy what I've come to really love. And I keep it really simple. So once I put all my ingredients, my raw materials into the salad bowl, then I use olive oil, okay? I don't measure it out, I just pour it on there. Then I squeeze maybe like a third of a lemon on there. I put salt and pepper on there to taste. And then the magic ingredient is Bragg's nutritional yeast. It's the magic ingredient. I put a ton of this on my salad. I put a whole bunch on the top. I mix it through, then I put more on the top. And for whatever reason, this stuff mixed with lemon and olive oil and salt and pepper, it's amazing. So I just figured, I would let all of you know that's like, some people ask me like, what do you eat? Well, I have one of those usually every day, a salad, salada. And I rarely ever get sick. I do a ton of juice, a ton of blended juices. I have green powders, red powders. I take my essential 91 nutrients every day, my minerals, my vitamins. I take a whole food vitamin. If you're going to take a multivitamin, I hope by now you're getting rid of your synthetic vitamins. You got to move to a whole food vitamin. There's a brand I use called Naturello. I used to use Garden of Life, but Nestle bought it out. Not saying anything bad about Nestle, but then I moved to Naturello. And it's a whole food vitamin, which means when you take it, your body absorbs it right away. It's not like a synthetic. And I just consume all this. I consume so many plant-based foods, it's ridiculous. I eat to live. And then once a week, usually I have a reward day where I have my pizza or spaghetti or pasta or whatever I'm going to usually have chips, and because I'm a huge chip fan, but I don't eat them that much anymore. My body doesn't want me to have them. So I really stick with just eating to live. A lot of fruits, nuts, pistachios. I'm a huge fan of pistachios. So yeah, shout out to Bragg's Nutritional Yeast, that company. I do their apple cider vinegar at night before I go to bed, diluted a little bit with water. What's up, Lena? Oils are bad. They're not a whole food. See, maybe they not be a whole food. I don't agree. I don't think oils are bad at all. My cholesterol was 155. So I don't think they're bad at all. I mean, you can create your own oils by squeezing an olive and the oil's going to drip out. Obviously, these things are going to be manufactured a little bit, but you know what? You got to die somehow, folks. I mean, you got to enjoy some kind of food, right? And if I compare my food intake with the majority of people living on this planet today, it's way above and beyond the scope of, eating a healthy regimen. Same with coconut oil, you can get that naturally. So it may be processed with a machine to get it out in large quantities, but I don't feel it's a bad food, personally, myself. And my blood tells me exactly how it is. And my last time I checked, my cholesterol was 155, my total cholesterol. So. Oh yeah, so Lena says balsamic vinegar has been found to have arsenic and lead. The thing is, everybody, and Lena, thanks for the comment, pretty much every food is tainted now. And that's why, if I had a backyard, if I had a house and a backyard, I'd have a garden. But even if you have your own garden, you're still gonna get, I would say, you're still gonna get some kind of toxicity because of the air, the soil, the water. It's just no way around it at this point. There's just no way around it at this point to put yourself in a bubble and think that, well, I'm going to just disassociate myself with some of these foods. I'm not going to eat them and I'm going to be clean as a whistle. I just don't think that's possible. That's my opinion. I don't think it's possible. I think everything's pretty much tainted now. There's just no way around it. But thanks for your comment, Lena. I don't mean to be like a devil's advocate here on what you said. I mean, when you say oils are bad, I don't agree with that. But, again, you got to make the truth your own. But I appreciate your comment. Errant protocol, how do you keep current on your expanded knowledge? I sit in front of the computer. You guys and gals, if you really knew how dedicated I am with service to the world and doing this great research, I mean, I have sacrificed my life to be where I'm at, to get this knowledge. I've really given up a lot in my life for personal gains to get this information and deliver it onto the world stage. And I try to really strive to do this the most pleasurable for everybody to get the information. I don't monetize my YouTube channel. I don't like commercials myself. And so one of the reasons why is because when you're watching one of my decodes, I don't want you to get interrupted. That may change at some point because I use a lot of music and a lot of the music's copyrighted. And someday one of the artists may decide they want to, tack on something. So I don't know if that'll ever change. Maybe it's already happening now. I don't know, but that's how I keep up, Aaron. I'm supposed to do this work. Number one, it's in my code. It's in my DNA. That's number one. Number two, I'm heavy into research. I mean, I do it nonstop. It just doesn't let me stop and I enjoy it so much. It's like a passion of mine. So when you enjoy it, like when I wake up every day, I can't wait to start my day. Can't wait to can't wait to dig in and do another decode and help people out. So this is how I, keep up on it. I watch other things online. A big shout out to Chad and his YouTube channel called Open Your Reality? I think it's Open Your Reality. Stephen or Pam, can you guys check on that for me? I think it's Open Your Reality. I just did a podcast. Actually, I'm going to check it right now. Hold on. Sorry, I may have been asking you guys. Do it myself here on the fly. I think it's Open Your Reality. I'm going to... Let me see if you... Hold on. So I just did a podcast with Chad, who just interviewed Jordan at Waters Above. He's got some pretty big names. Howdy, talking about Soul Trap simulation. A lot of big names. And I'm going to put his YouTube channel in here in case you want to go and subscribe to him. There it is. I put it in the chat room here. I was kind of just floored, right? He reached out to a lot of people, did some podcasts, and come to find out when I talked to him, he's got a birthday that is one day before mine. We were both born in 1973. He was born February 3rd. I was born February 4th. We're literally born like 24 hours apart from one another. It's pretty crazy. So we have, he has a lot of the similar thoughts that I do, a lot of questions. He's the 9 of spades. I'm the 8 of spades, right? So very similar energies. And go check out his channel, especially the video that he's got titled "Don't Go Towards the Light." Very interesting information. A lot of things that I resonate with this gentleman, Howdy, and what his visions are, what he thinks it's all about. Really, really interesting. So go check out his channel. So I have a podcast coming out probably in the next day or two. We just shot it yesterday. So Jason Arcanum says unsaturated fats are needed to help the digestion. It is the saturated fats and trans fats that we need to be aware of. I agree. The trans fats, yes, but the saturated fats. So, I do a lot of coconut oil, which has a high amount of saturated fat. And with the protocol that I was on, 155 total cholesterol with a ton of coconut oil. Is it bad for you? Not for my body type. I think that these layers of this reality need to be looked over again. And then really, again, don't take my word for it, right? Like everybody's going to be different with their health. Everybody has different blood types. Some have similar ones, but everybody has a different genetic background. And what works for you, and as there's so many multiple parts, is, your age, what's working, what's not working. Do you have any meridians like not turned off? Meaning, like if you have a root canal or a pulled tooth, the meridian kind of shuts off. And those are connected to all parts of the body. Do you have any body parts missing? Appendix, even just that, like it's not supposed to be removed. It gets removed, common thing. But you shut that off and then the body has to compensate, and then that may mess something up in the future days. And then, you're all of a sudden having to change, your food regimen, et cetera, et cetera. So really, to me, as a nutritionist, I would encourage all of you to get your blood checked at least once every 6 months. A full blood panel, not just the basic red blood cell, white blood cell, the triglycerides, your total fats, all that kind, your HDL, LDL, all that stuff. I'm talking about like all your levels to see if you're up to par. Some of you will not be. And then, you got to fix that, right? Or you would, at least I would hope that you'd want to. Christine, I've been plant-based for a long time. I still crave a good hamburger. Yeah, so do I. I can't even tell you the last time I had a hamburger. When I want to get a burger, I go get, and I know, then you get into saying, well, it's not, it's processed as, I have the Beyond Meat or Impossible Burger. And then you can say, well, that's garbage. Yeah, it is. It's processed, but it's the closest thing I can get to getting a burger. So I'm going to eat it. When I go walk by food here in Mexico, they, big consumers of meat, and I smell chicken my mouth starts to water because I have many more years of eating meat than not eating it. So my programming is still geared towards wanting to consume meat. And it's a personal choice. After studying this reality on the deepest levels you can possibly imagine, I've come to the realization, man, again, all it matters is what makes you tick, what you think is going to be the truth. The only person that's going to judge is you. You're going to judge yourself by looking in the mirror. Like Scott Duffy says, look in the mirror. That's your competition. You don't owe anybody any explanations. And if you really look at how this reality works, everything is all about death and regeneration. I was just watching a video someone sent me on this beautiful offspray of the bird. And it's literally under the water, and it comes flying out of the water with a fish in its talons. And the fish is trying to get the hell out of there. Do you have compassion for that fish? When you see a predator grab a prey, do you have compassion for that? Well, many of you will. But you got to take into consideration this reality, man, is far more complicated than people make it out to be. They really don't look at the full spectrum of how this reality works. They just regurgitate what they were told or what they read. They don't really do any critical thinking. That's my opinion. But you could clearly see how dummied down this society and this reality is. And I feel it just goes back to the game needs players. That's it. What brand water do you buy, or do you use a filter? I have a filter on my shower here in Mexico because the water is really bad. It's like 300 parts per million or 350 parts per million. It's really, 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 really bad. But I'm just grateful I get the water. So I put a filter on my shower. And then I've tested all the waters. I have a parts per million thermometer. And then I test the alkalinity to see at least if it's base. I'm not interested if it's 8.5 or 9. I just want it pH balance like the blood, 7.3, right around there. Most bottled water is going to be acidic because the plastic, I think, automatically starts to acidify the water. But right now, I buy, if I can, this brand called ePura, which is a Pepsi product. And it's I've tested it, all of them, and it's the best water that I can get at this current moment here in Mexico. You got to make do with what you got here. I drink a lot of water, at least 3 liters a day. So it's important. So we're getting some comments coming in of some people saying that they went vegetarian or vegan for a long time, then they stopped doing that and they started eating meat again, and then they felt better. And this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you must make the truth your own. This is why you must listen to your body. You must listen to the instinct, the inner voice. Don't be listening to anybody's book or you got to do it this way. You got to do it this way. You got to do it my way. That's nonsense. This is me not being a proponent of killing animals. This is not being a proponent of killing vegetables, because everything has a life force. This has a life force. Now, I know some people say, well, it's non-breathing. It doesn't know it's going to be killed. You don't know what this thing's feeling on the tree. We don't know a damn thing about what this is feeling when it's on the tree. We know nothing about it because it can't show emotions. But essentially, when you look at the machinations of how this reality works, you can clearly see that this entire reality is based on predator-prey, death and regeneration, constantly. I had said, if any of you if you have a massive backyard and you dig a hole, a big one, where you can actually fill it with water and make a lake out of it, and then you go buy a whole bunch of fish and you dump the fish in the water, what's going to happen over time? The fish are going to mate and they're going to have baby fish. And if you study nature, what are the natural predators of fish? Turtles, birds. It's pretty much it. So you're going to have eventually you can create your own food. Like I said, you can just dig a hole, pour water in it, dump fish in there, and now you have a food source. Something is going to eat these things no matter what. When you create the environment, it will then be ruled over by the natural law of predator-prey. Every single time. I was studying some of the history of how things got here. Like people migrating, taking animals from one culture and bringing it to where it never was. And when they bring it to these certain locations, these locations don't have the natural predator that it would have in this other environment that they took it from. So that area that they imported this animal, it starts to flourish, it starts to get overgrown. And then, of course, that can cause havoc. That is why natural law of predator-prey, the yin-yang in this reality, is so delicate. They did studies with the Yosemite where they took they had the wolves. I think it was Yosemite, the wolves. And they had to put the wolves back in. And once they put the wolves back in, it instantly and automatically balanced out that ecosystem. So I'm showing all this to you. I'm saying all this to you, ladies and gentlemen, because really what it comes down to, it doesn't matter what somebody says. It doesn't matter what anybody tells you. It doesn't matter what you read. Well, somebody put out this book. Well, this worked for me. Well, that's good for you. It doesn't mean it's going to work good for me. It doesn't mean it's going to work good for you. The standard foundation for your health is check your blood, check to see exactly what you're deficient in and all that kind of stuff. It's a guide. It's not like the map of everything, but it's a good guide. And then you know you have 91 nutrients that your body needs every single day, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, the omegas, the essential amino acids. If you're not getting these basic fundamentals, then your body will start to decay quicker. It's going to break itself down quicker. So the slowest mode of decay for the human body is getting all the raw ingredients every single day. That's the slowest mode. And then you have your environment, what you're subjected to, both mentally and physically. But listening to somebody, I don't care how high on the totem pole they think they are, listening to somebody's opinion on what they think you should do is a bunch of rubbish. You got to listen to your body. You got to study yourself. You got to figure out what makes you feel good. Not in the sense of feeling good about satiation, making your belly feel good or your taste buds feel good. You got to test yourself over a period of time. How does your body respond? What do you look like? How's your face look? How's your skin? How's your hair? How's your fingernails? How's your toenails? How's everything growing? These are all markers to tell you how your body is, and then the blood, of course, as the main marker to see exactly if you're going to be deficient in any of these areas. That's my take on it, coming from a basic aspect of nutrition. JJ Recon says silverback gorillas are herbivores. I've seen this so many times from so many vegans saying, especially vegan bodybuilders, they're like, yeah, silverback gorillas they only eat plants. Yeah, but the way they're genetically built from their code, however they were coded to be massively big, automatically. That's the way they were coded into this reality. They will argue, well, you don't need to eat meat to get big. That's correct. You know what you need to get big? Calories. Calories is what you need to grow muscle. Your caloric intake. Take it from, I used to be a bodybuilder. I used to compete. I used to be much bigger. I read a book called, I wish I remember what the name of the book was called. How Much Protein by Brad Pilsen. And he did all studies on it. And he came to the conclusion that if you're a bodybuilder and you want to gain muscle, you consume about 75 to 100 grams of protein a day. That was enough to grow. But it's the calories. What is it like? If you want to grow, you look to what does a professional bodybuilder do? Forget about if they take any sports enhancing drugs. Forget about that. Besides that, they lift like madmen or madwomen, and they consume a ton of calories in the off season. 5, 6, 7, 8,000 calories a day, some of them. That is how you put on bulk. And then they cut down by reducing the calories and going on a very strict regimen through food. Take it from these people that bulk up and that's why, it's so funny. I see, especially you ladies, nothing against you ladies, but I don't want to gain any muscle. Listen, you can go and work out till the cows come home. If you're not consuming calories, you're not going to get big. End of story. Yes, you'll get denser, but if you're not consuming calories and you work out like a mad woman, you're not going to get big. You need to put on the calories, or you need to consume the calories to put on muscle, put on size. Yeah, you'll get what's called hyperplasia, which is enlargement of the muscle cells. When you break down the muscle and it seems like the next day you're sore, but it's like more full. That's hyperplasia. That's enlargement of the muscle cells because you tortured the muscle. You beat it up and now it's reacting and you get inflammation in there. That's what makes it bigger. But once you get on a regimen of working out and you're consistent, well, then you get to a certain point and the body stops. That's it. I work out 4 or 5 times a week. I don't eat enough calories to get big. So this is it for me. The only thing I'm going to be able to do is make this more symmetrical. Yes, maybe over a 5-year period, I may put a pound or 2 on. But that's such a long time. I can't even tell you how hard it is to put muscle on. I mean, there are different, the endomorph, the esomorph, depends on your body structure too. That has something to do with it. But someone like me who has a hard time gaining weight to begin with, That's why I'm saying you got to make the truth your own. It's different for me than it is somebody who may have, and there's no such thing as big bones. You may have a bigger size structure, but then it's just going to be all relevant to, like, it's just kind of like, well, the housing structure is cheaper in this area. Yeah, but the food prices may be higher. It's all going to play out. It's all going to be relevant, and it's all going to kind of melt down to the area that you're at. It's the same thing with body structures, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, Kit says, I just bought Eat to Live by Joel Fuhrman. It's a great book. Eat to Live, Dr. Joel Fuhrman. It's a great book. Think of the title, Eat to Live. That's what's on my brain. When I I've been so strict, and I'll be really honest and vulnerable here, and I'll tell all of you, like I often do. Since I was a little kid, I have had like dry patches, which you can call them eczema, right? They'll just pop up. And they were nothing when I was younger. My grandmother had it, so it's genetically in my lineage. And then there was one day, maybe a few years ago, where, man, it just popped up, like in my scalp, and started getting it on my face. I'll get it on my chin, under my neck here, the sides of my nose, on the sides of my, and you know what causes it now? What makes it flare up? Eating dead foods. Eating foods that are acidic. My body's like, nope, if you want, you can go ahead and eat that, but you know what? You're gonna pay for it. So if you want to eat the dead foods, I mean have no life force. Pizza, pasta, potatoes, rice, starches, pretty much anything. When you go out to a restaurant, if it's cooked, it's dead. Lasagna, all the foods that we love, they're dead. They're acidic. Well, that makes my patches flare up. So in order for me to look clean and not have these patches, I have to just stick with a plant-based regimen. I eat whole foods, alive foods. The majority of my food is plant-based. It's kind of like, it's not forced me to do it, but it's the choice that I've made, maybe through free will, right? That like the payoff I get by eating plant-based food is I look healthier. I feel healthier. I feel more alive. And I can tell when I have the dead foods, I get tired. Then there are some aspects to take into consideration with the organs. When's the last time? Like I'm about to go. When I'm going back to the U.S. soon, I'm going to be going and doing a liver cleanse. Through Chinese medicine, the liver, I believe it's the liver and gallbladder that you clean out in the springtime, if you go by their regimen. But when's the last time you cleaned your liver out? Liver is the largest organ in the body, and it gets hammered. It's what kind of filters all the food, right? So when's the last time you actually took a liver cleanse? Milk thistle, et cetera, et cetera. When's the last time you did that? Well, maybe you hearing this and you're like, oh shit, I haven't done that. Well, maybe this is your message. Maybe you're supposed to hear it. So I just encourage all of you, you want to be in tip top. Trust me, I'll take it from me, man. I just hit 50 in February, right? I just hit 50. And I'm not the spring chicken I once was. Like I have to really work at it. I have to be super disciplined, and I have been. I've been working out since I was 19. I've been working out over 30 years, dedicated to the gym, dedicated to working out, doing cardio. But that's my life. If I didn't do that, if I didn't dedicate my life to that part of it, man, I don't know where I would be health-wise. But of course, there are some things that have happened challenging in my life because you get like both my rotator cuffs are jacked. To the point where I can't really lift heavy anymore, so I don't, and so they don't bother me anymore. But like these are things that I can't do anymore based upon my 50-year-old body, this body right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is why, like I can tell you tried and true for me, how eating on a plant-based regimen for me now is the best method here. But I have to make sure that I'm getting certain requirements, dietary requirements, because I'm prone to, for some reason, I'm prone to anemia. I've battled it for years, and I got anemia. I got anemia when I went vegan. So, it's easy for someone to sit there and say, well, veganism is the only way to go, or that's a bunch of crap. You got to go by what your body is telling you to do. And there are so many factors involved with this. You got to take it in consideration. 100 years ago, do you think they had B12 supplements back then for vegans? Probably not. I would say almost definitely no. That's one of the requirements to stave off anemia for a vegan. You need the B12. It's an essential vitamin. And, are you absorbing it? Then you take that into consider. Are you absorbing some? I learned that some of the vitamins I was taking, I wasn't even absorbing them. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you the healthiest you can be right now? And, if you're being challenged by anything health-wise, are you taking any initiative to make the changes right now? I would hope so. All right, let's get back to some of your questions. Do I eat meat? I do not eat meat. I still consume eggs occasionally, like a few times a week. I drink them. I know it may sound gross, but I don't like the taste of eggs. So I think eggs are the perfect food because it's the so below from the as above. The yolk is the sun. But of course, eggs are acidic, right? So you got to balance that out. And I have introduced some fish into my diet, but not a lot, maybe like once every couple weeks. And I'm testing the waters with that. Because ladies and gentlemen, if you've never had anemia, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. Like, it's just so easy to somebody to say, yeah, they don't have any kind of challenges like that. Well, yeah, you should just go vegan. And you're like, what do you know? Just because you're healthy and it works for you doesn't mean it's going to be working for somebody else. But of course, yeah, I crave burgers. I used to eat a ton of chicken. They eat a lot of it here in Mexico. Meat is a huge staple in people's food regimen. I see it all the time. I'm constantly being drawn to it, smelling it. But I don't eat it. And the main reason why I chose to not eat meat is because of ethics, because I love animals. That's why. That's my main reason why. Not because of health reasons. Because of ethics. Sprouting is great. Django Johnson says, not everyone can afford the hundreds of dollars in supplements. Absolutely agree to that. That is true. But then I would challenge you on the aspect of why are you not making the money to buy the supplements? Why are you not earning the money to make the supplements, to buy the supplements, to have what you want in life? Now, I'm not being a dick here. I'm just kind of presenting this to you. If you are living paycheck to paycheck, and I've been here, I've been there, so I'm speaking from experience. And I wish I had somebody telling me this stuff. But if you're living paycheck to paycheck, why are you not getting out of that situation? Every single one of you here has the ability to be abundant in life. Every one of you. It doesn't matter where you're at right now. All that matters is you have the ability to go beyond that and become somebody who's living a very, fluent lifestyle in the form of, pleasure, where you have what you need, at least the basic fundamentals. So if you're at that stage of your life where I can't afford it, well then how do you find a way to afford it? Find a way. And so here's my gift to all of you. If you're somebody here right now, if you're broke, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, if you're barely scraping by, if you're barely making it, and that pisses you off, if it gets you emotional, if you just wake up and you're not enjoying life. I know when I was living paycheck to paycheck, I was chasing it. I wasn't really happy in life. I didn't have all the things that I really wanted. Not from the, like, oh, I want to buy a nice pair of $500 sunglasses or something like that. Not that. Talking about like to keep your health. Health is the number one asset you have. So if you're somebody who is in that stage of your life where you're living paycheck to paycheck or you're barely making ends meet, then my gift to you, and I will guarantee you, even when I give this to you, you are not going to follow through with it. I hope that encourages you to do it and prove me wrong. And I speak from experience what I'm going to share with you here, okay? So one of my go-tos was the late Bob Proctor, who was, incarnated to show people how to take off all the limitations in your life and to make this reality, your own, to own it, to be the master of the domain here. And he has a course on YouTube for free now, okay? It's for free. It's called Born Rich. And it was done in the early 1980s, so it's, the information's priceless, but you can tell by their clothes and, but don't let that fool you. Well, there was a period in my life before I got involved with the esoteric and numerology and astrology that I got those videos, I downloaded them. There's 3 parts to them. That's about 11 hours in total. And for over a year, I played it I made it into an MP3. I had it in my car. I turned off all music. I listened to that thing over and over. I could recite things. Like I memorized it all. I watched it over and over and over, and I listened to it over and over, and my life started to change. Because I followed the principles. It's a course. But you see, you know what's going to happen? Many of you, you're going to say, oh, that sounds good. But you see, you're comfortable in living paycheck to paycheck. You're comfortable in just barely getting by. You're comfortable there. Because you know when you wake up every single day, you know what you're going to get. You may not like it, but you're comfortable there. And then you have to watch this course, and you obviously want to watch and listen to it every single day. You want to have it consume your life to make the change. You got to want it bad enough. Most people don't. They like their shows on television. They like to be distracted by life. They like to go do their hobbies and play soccer, and they like to play hockey in the wintertime and go fishing and live paycheck to paycheck. And then they complain about that. That's fine. But I'm saying is if you want financial freedom, there's ways to get financial freedom. And Bob Proctor and Born Rich on YouTube is one of them. I've shared it with countless people. There are only a selected few that I've shared it with that have actually sent me emails back giving me testimonials on how it's changed their life because they followed through with it. How do you get good at your job if you've been there 5 years? Practice. How do you get good at becoming financially free? Practice. See, many of you have practice at living paycheck to paycheck or barely getting by. And I'm not being an ass here to you. I'm just saying is that I have been there. So I speak from experience. And I'm telling you right now, if you want to get out of that rut, if you want to be able to hey, I can buy whatever supplements I want. I'm not saying make millions of dollars every month. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying is if you want to earn money to buy your supplements and be healthy and get out of the rut you're in, there's a way out. And there's a course for free on YouTube called Born Rich. So all you got to do is type it into YouTube, Born Rich. But you see, the majority of you will not follow through with this recommendation. Either because you don't like me, or you think that I'm, this or that, or maybe because you'll watch it and then you'll just give up on it. Like, oh, this shit doesn't work. Well, that's because you haven't put enough time into it. You have more time invested in living paycheck to paycheck or being, someone who's a slave to the system, which you're not making any headway in it. So I'm just telling you, like a lot of you can be, really accelerating in your life, but you have things in your life that will have to be sacrificed. You see, you got to sacrifice things in your life to get what you want, because if you continue to live on the same life that you live, watching your favorite shows every night, sitting in front of the TV for 3 hours at night because you got to get up early in the morning to go to work, and that's your regimen, that's your hamster wheel, then nothing's ever going to change. But if you really want it bad enough, you'd shut the TV off, you'd turn Born Rich on, or you'd get the audio and you'd listen to it and you'd apply it in your life and you would make the changes, and it's going to take time, and one day it'll click and you'll take off like a rocket. But not everybody's going to do this, because they just will not agree with what I got to say. This is my opinion, but that's the gift. Here it is. So if you want to change your life, go watch Born Rich. Django Johnson, you are welcome. Everybody, you're welcome, folks. I'm giving this. Listen, I care for the world, man. The world's a global village to me. I have a lot of Aquarian energy, a lot of Capricorn energy. It's all about the global village, people. That's why I do this, not only to show you how this reality works, but I share so much information. I give so much things away, not because I'm looking for any medals or pats on the back or, any of that kind of stuff, just because I really look at the world as part of me. And if everybody here is happy in this chat room, that made the frequency goes up. And then I get benefited from that. So really here's the kind of the irony in it. And I guess we can make a comical piece here on this, is that everybody uses everybody that you end up encountering to a degree. If you think about it, the comedy about friendship, if you have a best friend, why are they your best friend? Because they provide something to you. Maybe they're a very good listener. Or maybe they've always been there for you when you needed the support. Like a lot of you say, yeah, that person, man, they're my best friend, man. Every time I needed them, they were there. Every time I needed them, they were there. So what are you using them for? You're using them when you need them. That's the comedy in life, ladies and gentlemen. Use critical thinking. Some of these friends that we have in our lives, we use them, they use us. That's why, look at your vocabulary and the language you use. Yeah, they've always been there for me when I needed them. Many of you say this. Have you ever taken into consideration what it really means? You're using your friends, they're using you. It's the symbiotic relationship. It's not a bad thing. Forget about describing the situation. It's just the way it is. That's why we have best. That's why we gravitate towards people. We enjoy, I just enjoy their company. Well, you're getting something from it. There's a payoff. I just enjoy their company. They're a really good person. Well, then you're getting the payoff of being around a really good person, and you're getting something from that. So there's a payoff. In everything you do, there's some kind of payoff. Especially when you try to be right in life. Thinker Werner Erhard and Landmark, he says, when you're trying to be right, you're sacrificing love in your life. Right? You're like, I just want to be right. So you're an idiot and you're wrong. And we're all guilty of this. So I'm not saying that I'm immune to this, and I'm not saying I'm a guru, because I'm not. For any of you that want to say that part, I'm just providing you things that I've learned over the years, contemplated, done critical thinking on, and realized, holy shit, I'm kind of an inauthentic human being. And we use each other to feel good, to feel wanted, to have an ear to listen to, or someone to listen to us. Or like, I want to go hang out with that person because they're good at basketball and I'm learning how to play basketball for them. Or they're a good shot and I'm a good shot. So, it's a good feeling. You get a good feeling. The payoff is you get a good feeling. Why do you not hang out with people that are like bad? Because you don't get a good feeling from those people. The payoff's not there. The payoff that you actually get from somebody who's like an energy vampire is they steal your energy, and that's not a fun payoff. Like, I got to hang around with you and listen to your bullshit and you're going to suck my energy dry. No, that's not a good payoff. My time for you sucking me dry? No, thanks. So the U channel says, sometimes you want to be there for them too. Absolutely. I've been there for many of my friends. And then what's the payoff for doing that? It makes you feel good. You get a reaction emotionally from being there for your friends, like you did a good deed. The payoff is you feel good about it. So there's an energetic exchange of emotions. I'm not poo-pooing on the whole concept of like, I want to be there for my friend, but you still are going to get a payoff by hanging out with your friend, by being there for them. Because you're going to end up having an emotional reaction to it. The payoff. It's all energetic exchange here. I have a glass of wine here to match the purple here. So I'm indulging in some acid, So I'll see a lot of people say, well, I drink wine because it's got resveratrol in it. Yeah, okay, sure. if that's what you want to, if that's what you want to say, I could say that. So I'm drinking this because it's got resveratrol and it's healthy for you. Chris, the high-octane philosopher, drinking Taster's Choice instant coffee and puffing Animal Face indica flower at 29.65% THC. Oh, man, I miss those days. I can't do it anymore. My body just, I'm not going to go into detail, but like I rarely can do cannabis anymore. It's kind of, I'm not going to say it's a bummer. I'm not giving that energy, but like, what my tolerance level now, if I had some of that in a bowl, a 29.65% indica, if somebody handed me a joint or a bowl, all I would need to do is take one small hit. That's it. Hold it in for about 10 seconds and I'm good. That's all I need. That's why I look at people and they're like hit after hit after. I'm like, wow. So they have obviously they smoke a lot. Right? Whatever, because that's what happens. You build a tolerance up to it. One cup of coffee, you don't get that bang, you got to go to 2, then it goes to 3. And then, then you feel guilty about going to 4, so you cut back to 3. Anyway, nothing bad about cannabis though, man. Check out my Cannabis Decoded. I showed how it's tied to the tree of knowledge. Straight up tied to the tree of knowledge. Cannabis tea is great. Makes me too paranoid, Lisa says. Yeah, 26. I mean, they got freaking cannabis out there higher than that. And this is the thing about cannabis is that I've really looked into it, studied it. Like how's it made? How are they getting these high yield THC percentages now? I mean, I got some cannabis here that my buddy Dr. Nick gave me, and it's just grown here, and it's weak. It's perfect for me, and I don't really take it anymore. But I remember back in the day when I started smoking in the 80s. I think I first started smoking pot when I was 16. I think I tried it, and you had to smoke a whole joint back then. I mean, you had to just to get high. It's like, how does it go from that to where you just you take a hit or two and your brain starts to melt? What's going on here? It's kind of interesting. Just I don't know. Just be careful with the stuff you buy at dispensaries. Yeah, what are they actually doing to it? What's how are they creating it? I mean, you got to go to a farm and watch how they do it. That is going to tell you what's in it. I know a lot of these places, they use chemicals to enhance the growing process. Those chemicals go straight up into the roots and, they have them dialed into where the lights are on timers and they're mimicking sunlight and they're in perfect environments and they got the fans going and, they have all those aspects to make the yields amazing. But, how do you get it such a high yield? There's something to it. So you just got to be careful. Sabrina, I never touched anything like that. Am I missing something? Yeah, absolutely you are. I don't think you've lived until you at least tried cannabis a few times. When I was in high school, the THC was 1%. Yeah, that's probably more like it. So K long stockings, I'm ripping giant dabs all day. Guaranteed future cancer patient. So I don't even know what to make with that comment, but okay. Sabrina, it is totally available in your country. I think you're in Pakistan. I can promise you there are people that smoke cannabis in Pakistan. I guarantee they do. I promise you, like it's going to get night out where you're at if it's daytime. It's everywhere. I'm going through your comments. I'm just backtracking here a little bit. Eric, let's move into some astrology, shall we? Eric Escobar, which is more accurate, Vedic or tropical? Both. Both of them. Let me see if I have this available. Hang on a sec, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on. Let me get my time set. Okay. What time is it? Hang on a sec, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into some astrology here. Okay. Let me find the ecliptic. Hold on. Hang on, folks. Hang on. No. Where's the ecliptic? Hold on, folks. Hold on. I'm getting there. Here it is. Okay. Okay. All right, so let me share my screen with all of you. So we're going to get into some astrology now. Here we go. All right, so this right here is an amazing website called stellarium-web.org. You can download the app on your phone. And you have to adjust, down here in the bottom right. Let me get my cursor in red so you can see it. So down here in the bottom right is where you can adjust the time. Okay, so I've got it set to 10, it's 10:25 here, whatever, 10:28. It'll move, so you can move it into the daytime. See if you move it into the daytime, and then you can move it into the nighttime. It's pretty amazing. It's like an astronomy website. You get into astronomy, right? Which gets into astrology. But, what's the difference between sidereal and tropical? Okay, so the red line right here, this line represents what's called the ecliptic. And the ecliptic is what the 12 zodiac signs are moving along, as well as the sun. Now it's nighttime here, which is why the moon is right here. So this is an astronomy map now. So there's a lot of astrologers that'll say, well, hey, you're going to hear a lot of this. The Pluto just moved into Aquarius. Well, that's in Western astrology, but let's look to the real astronomy and the stars for this information. And I'm going to just flip it up because now the sun is underneath, or it's away from us. And here's the sun right here. And you'll notice that Pisces is, the fish is right here. And I'm going to talk about the sun right now because obviously in Western astrology, people think, well, we're in the sign of Pisces. In the Western you are, but you're not in the sign of Pisces in the sidereal. You're actually kind of like in between, but here's the sun and here's Aquarius. Aquarius is right here. The sun's right here. The sun is transitioning into Pisces. It's not there yet. It's like in between. But in Western astrology, it will have it in the sign of Pisces. And even if you take Chronos here, okay, Chronos, Saturn, if you go look at the astrological map in the Western, Saturn will have moved into the house of Pisces. Well, it's not in Pisces. This is the map of the stars right now through astronomy. Saturn/Chronos is still in the sign of Aquarius. Okay, it's still in the sign of Aquarius. It's right there. This is real time now, folks. And so then, you look at the maps, like here's, the astrological map, the map of March 6th. This is during the full moon, just 3 days ago. So you have the sun right here. Okay, the sun is right here. And then of course, all the way across in the opposite position to make the moon illuminated in its full capacity. Full moon is the moon's completely squaring the sun. This is what makes a full moon on an astrological wheel. And you'll see that the sun is in Aquarius. And you'll see that Pluto is in Capricorn. It is not in Aquarius. And you'll see that Chronos is in Aquarius. It is not in Pisces. But of course, this is sidereal astrology, but sidereal astrology is tied to astronomy, which is right here. And this is what you're seeing in the stars right now. Now, the question now becomes, how is it that Western/tropical astrology is accurate? And why I use both? Because clearly you can see through astronomy that we are not, Saturn is not in Pisces. It is still in Aquarius, and it will be there for a very long time, years. Pluto is not in Aquarius, it's in Capricorn. So how is it that Western tropical astrology is accurate on its renditions of the description of what happens, and why does the world move? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is the ideas of people on the world stage. Whoever believes in tropical Western astrology, they make it come true. They literally bring, that's called magic. They bring it into existence. Now, these astrological signs, of course, they bleed into one another. So let me go back to the astrological map here. So right now in tropical astrology, the sun is in Pisces, but of course it's still in Aquarius. Okay. And so this is why I say, as a fan of both systems, you are subjected through Aquarius and Pisces at this time, even though through astronomy and this map right here, the sun is literally right in between. It's almost in Pisces. It's almost there, which is you get this bleed over. You get this bleed over where it's starting to encroach into Pisces. And now it's going to start picking up the traits of the Piscean energy, as well as you will have people talking about the sun in Pisces. The sun in Pisces. This is what happens when the sun's in Pisces. Oh my God, this is what happens when the sun in Pisces. Then people read what happens when the sun's in Pisces, and then they project that with their mind through the feedback, through the loop being used by the supernatural. And it creates and shapes this reality. That's how I see it. That's my truth. Okay, that's how I make heads or tails of this. Because when I go and read, I'm not an Aquarian in the Vedic astrology. I'm a Capricorn sun. But it's not just the sun. You got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, that you are all 12 signs. All of them. You are all of them. Because you have all 12 houses, which is, astrology is your eyeball. It's your eye. The 12 tribes of Judah, the 12 apostles, that's your eye, the iris of your eye, which is Hotel California, which the Eagles sang about, which I did a decode called Hotel Capricorn. Hotel Capricorn is Hotel California. Hotel California is the so below is mankind, and the as above is the astrological stargate called the 12 zodiac signs. But you're going to be a blend of all 12. It just depends on if you have, I have a lot of energy in sidereal astrology. I have 4 planets in my 3rd house, which is ruled by Gemini. That's why I talk a lot. I have Mercury there. Mercury is one of my rulers. That's why I go on these rants. That's why I can talk for 4, 5, 6 hours, because it's in my charts to do it. I'm supposed to communicate. It's one of my main things that I'm supposed to be doing. This is why astrology is the boilerplate ruler of your life. Both systems, Western or sidereal. But clearly, I just showed you through astronomy that sidereal is the system that is matched up with the true placement of the celestials. Okay? But there's going to be the bleed over, which is why tropical has its say in all of this. All right. Hopefully you got something out of that. DMT is amazing. Mushrooms are amazing. For me personally, I don't really have the itch to do it, but cannabis, man, if I could take it every day, I would. I love it that much. I just get more in tune with care, compassion, love. I get more animated. I get more esoteric. More extrovert. Not that you can't tell that I'm extrovert here, but I mean in public. I really am more introvert. I'm forced to go extrovert here because I have to talk. What am I going to do? Sit here and not say anything and just look at the camera? You all would just click off. Sabrina's, have I fully decoded AI, artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is the mind of man. And what we're doing with artificial intelligence is through the internet, through the computer, through this primarily, people are focusing their energy on this. They're creating their playlists. They're talking to Alexa. They're sending emails. They're typing in their social media pages. They're liking their favorite things. They're looking at their favorite shows. And this is what's giving way to artificial intelligence, which just means a fractal down from the fractal above. We are literally taking our energy of our minds and concentrating it into one thing, which makes it very powerful. Because you're essentially, if you've ever watched the X-Men movie, well, Xavier put on that helmet, which is called Cerebral, and he was able to tap into all the mutants around the world. Well, essentially, that's what the internet's doing. The internet is cerebral. It's taking everybody's information, condensing it down into one nucleus, and now it becomes extremely smart. Way more smarter than anybody because you have access to everybody's thoughts. You have access to everybody's information. You have access to everybody's likes, what they don't like, what their most views are. Like I can go and I can look at each and every one of you, what your favorite playlists are, what your favorite videos are on YouTube. I can get a really good sense of what you're all about, how you roll in life. Just by looking at somebody's social media page, you can tell how they roll, how they're going to show up in life, what they post, what kind of level of consciousness they're at. You can clearly see it on social media. It's a dead giveaway. What they're posting on their Instagram, if you're an Instagram person. I don't really go on there. Occasionally. I have an Instagram page. It was for my graphic design, posting my memes and stuff. But a lot of the Instagram that I see it's mostly ego-based. It's mostly people that really want to take a picture of themselves or what they're doing in their life and then show it to you. And I think that the reason why that is because people are looking for stimulation from somebody else. They're looking to get their fix. And so they get their fix by posting themselves on Instagram, hoping that somebody will follow them. Oh, I got another follower. Oh, I got 100 followers. And then these followers end up turning into energy. So when you create an Instagram page and you start getting followers, it can get addicting because then you start getting thousands of followers, millions of followers, and then you expect when you wake up to have those million followers, and then you obviously then have an asset liability situation going on. Some people that are actually using it to make money, they have to post to get the energy return. The payoff is I got to do some posts. Maybe you have to do it through marketing because maybe a brand is paying you to post your face or your body. And now you need a reaction from the crowd, and the reaction from the crowd is going to buy the product. So there's so many layers to look at this. But social media, you can see it's a lot of ego. It's a lot of ego based. And there's nothing wrong with the ego because the ego is is essentially running your desires. And if you're in the right space, in the sense of right or wrong, well, your energy is going to be feeding the utopia. I'll consider decoding it. I have so many requests. You can't even imagine. You probably can. How many requests I get from people, and I just can't keep up. I mean, people want me to decode what they want me to decode, and I'm just like, I'm not really interested in decoding that. Like, it's interesting to you, but I'm not really interested. I don't feel that it's, and I just, okay. I mean, that sounds cool. Thanks for the suggestion. But I mean, I have tons of artificial intelligence decodes on my channel. Just go watch some of the bands I've decoded. That's all artificial intelligence. That's man putting lyrics into music and creating it. And that's a fractal down. Or movies, artificial intelligence. Movies are artificial intelligence. Artificial just means man-made, which, I go all the way back to your mind's not your own. So is it man-made? No. It's coming from the supernatural, no matter which way you slice it, because your mind's not your own. That's my final answer at this point. Have I thought about adding the I Ching into a layer of decoding? I Ching's great, based on the numbers 1 through 64, right? It's tied right into the human design / gene keys, the 64 squares on a chessboard, tied to the GD element, the gadolinium, which is tied to the simulation. You can add the I Ching to it. I've decoded CERN a little bit. I don't, I have done so many decodes now that I forget on where some of these topics are embedded in some of these decodes. And then I go back and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I forgot that equals that. CERN's somewhere in my decodes. I just don't remember where. Let me see if I can share some. I want to show you something really big. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it, ladies and gentlemen. As I often do, sharing stuff with all of you. I want to show you something that I found that is absolutely just blew me away. Okay. Here we go. All right. So first and foremost, I will encourage you to, if you're born in the US, which, I've had great discussions with Jordan. Big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above. I get to see him again soon. So grateful for that. He's always fun to hang out with. And I shared something with him. Let me see if I can find the other piece. I haven't shown this to the world yet, but I think I'm going to show it to you right now. Hold on, let me see. See if I can get it on the screen here. This is brand new stuff. I haven't even shared this with the world yet. Okay. Here we go. Where is it? Okay, let me get this in order. Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You ready? All right. Oh, okay. So I will encourage all of you that if you're born in the United States, you have a Social Security card. And on the back of that card, through my research, I found that you can look a specific number up, and that will tie you to a specific Federal Reserve Bank that kind of like trades. That's why, like they say, well, your Social Security number is traded on the stock market through the bonds and all that kind of stuff. And so I was researching mine. And of course, as fate would have it, which is one of the reasons why my US phone number, I decided last year, after I found this information, that I would get the 314 area code, because my last name is Payette, right? So I'm like, okay, well, there's something to my name, and that's why I've used it so extensively in my research. Well, the area code for 314 is St. Louis, Missouri. Which is where my Social Security number is tied to, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, which has the arch, which is called the gateway to the West. And when you invert it, when you do the mirror of it, look at what it looks like. And I know this to be true, ladies and gentlemen. This is the element tin. And tin is the merger of worlds. In God we trust is 50. You know, the state of Missouri is the only state that has 2 Federal Reserve Banks, and it's St. Louis and Kansas City. The only one. This is 630 feet high. If you know what the 663 means, all right? This is the symbol of XRP as well, which I brought out in my not my blockchain, but my cryptocurrency decoded. Okay? As above, so below. And the arch, in my opinion, was created because if you go research this, if you go research the arch, let me just show you real quick. If you go to the arch, the gateway arch, and you read about it, okay? You're going to see that when they proposed this thing in St. Louis, it says right here, this is what it says: many locals did not approve of depleting public funds for the cause. And then the person who was in charge of it says that spiritual things were equally important. That was his response as to why this arch needed to get built. Because it has to do with spirituality. Okay? It has to do with spirituality. I'd encourage, and I'm decoding this, and this latitude, longitude is just, man, there's so much to this, okay? And then the dates, and I'm doing the astrological maps of this, of when it was built, et cetera, et cetera. And all these people have so much to do, and they're all coded into this because they're supposed to be doing it. All right? They're supposed to be doing it. And so this is what I came up with here. And there's a very good reason. And I'm going to show you how I was drawn to and led by the voice in my head to look at this even deeper. Now, this element tin has an average atomic mass of 118. It also has the 119. Its most abundant is 119. But if you know what that 118 means, well, you got more keys to your kingdom. 50 plus 118 is 168, and that's erbium, which is tied to Gematria, which is tied to the killing name. Okay? It goes very deep when you start to look at this from the layers of decoding. All right? But I know this to be true here because there's always a mirror that you don't see. And there's the shape of tin right there, the merger of worlds. And this is the gateway to the West. So as I'm talking to Jordan at Waters Above, I was telling him about this. And then I came to, and I told him, I'm like, dude, I found something pretty big. So I'm going to share it with all of you right now. I haven't shared this with the world yet. And I don't know if anybody's ever found this, but this is what I found. Here we go. So I was looking at Egypt. I'm a huge fan of ancient Egypt. And of course, ancient Egypt would have been the Garden of Eden at one point. Now, this is, you talk to Jordan. Jordan's come out with this in his information. He says that the United States of America is the new Garden of Eden. It's the official New Age Garden of Eden. So here's, the old Garden of Eden. And this whole thing right here is an eye. I think in my pineal gland decoded, I had come out with this and I said, this is the eye right here. And then here is the vein that goes through. And then you have the pineal gland down here in Luxor, in Thebes, in Upper Egypt. This is called Upper Egypt. This is Lower Egypt. And the Great Pyramids are right here, right? In Lower Egypt. All right. So I created this video here, and let me just show you really quick the overlay, how crazy this is. So as you go through, you're going to see the transition of, now I'm going to overlay the United States of America map over this. And you're going to see, I'm going to stop it right there. You're going to see that the outline of the state of Missouri, the great state of Missouri, is right there. And I mean, what does it look like? It looks a hell of a lot like the country of Egypt. It's not exact, but it looks a hell of a lot like the country of Egypt. And the gateway to the west sits in St. Louis, Missouri, which is right there. Okay? And when you start to look at this and you start to overlay the map, all right, and I go back and forth, you can see that the Nile River in Egypt is almost a freaking match to the Mississippi in St. Louis. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? It's freaking, to me, this is absolute. I don't think that I'm trying to fit a square peg in a round hole at all right here. Which means that the great city of Chicago and this area over here would be tied to Israel and Jerusalem. Right here. Naperville. And it's just interesting because I went and looked at everything, like Springfield, Illinois, which is, right here. I mean, where was the Simpsons from? Springfield, right? And it's tied to Israel. So it's tied to the great country of Israel. I mean, it's not perfectly there, but it's there. And then, you go down and you look at this map and look at what is down here in Tennessee, Memphis. And do you realize that in the country of Egypt, okay, there's a Memphis. Okay, there's a Memphis here, folks. And so you have a Memphis here in Egypt. And then you have a Memphis down here in Tennessee. Those of you that live in the great state of Tennessee, right here. It's not exact, but this Mississippi River is almost identical to the shape of the Nile. And Luxor, which is Upper Egypt, is a match to St. Louis. And St. Louis has got the arch, which is the gateway to the west. And Jordan's like, yeah, the United States is, I've been saying it's the new Garden of Eden. So this was the old Garden of Eden, and the United States is the new, and this is the gateway to the west. And then you get into the latitude, longitude. And then, the eye of Cairo, okay, this is the eye right here. This is an eyeball, and then here's it comes down to the pineal gland. I think the pineal gland is here in St. Louis / Luxor. And then, of course, what's up here? Iowa City, the eye, because this is Cairo. This is the eye right here. I came out with this in my pineal. Check out my pineal decoded. So the eye is Iowa City, Cedar Rapids in Iowa. Folks, I'm telling you, and then you got Columbia, the District of Columbia right here, one of the main cities in the great state of Missouri. You can't mistake it, folks. I mean, I'm not stretching anything at all. This was pretty freaking huge. And, again, I can't even tell you how I found this, just because I was supposed to, but it all started with the arch and my social security number. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Whew, that was a lot of fun. What can I say? Pretty cool. But 314 is the area code for St. Louis. 314 is Pi. My last name is Payette. My social security number, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis owns my social security number. Accident? Coincidence? There are no such things. Anyway, so now St. Louis, Missouri is the mirror of Luxor and Upper Egypt. There you have it. It's pretty interesting. The address of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis is 411 Locust Avenue on the corner of Locust and Broadway. And the whole address, when you do the numeral, folks, 411. What's the 411? What does the 411 mean? It's the mirror of the 114, which is indium, and indium means down in a hole. Enter the world. I had shown it through my pi decoded, how Yaldabaoth's tied to pi, and how it's tied to that 411. And that's a bank. What is a bank? It holds currency. Well, do you think it holds more than that? That's right, Norma. Iowa City is the eye. Cairo, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids. Those of you that live in the great state of Iowa. Rejoice, you're tied to freaking Cairo, man. You're tied to the eye of Egypt. This is just amazing, man. And I just know that to be, that's truth now for me. I mean, the Mississippi is a mirror of the Nile. It doesn't have to be exact, but it's freaking damn close. Jacob's asking about the significance of the septenary cipher. Okay, so the septenary cipher is the cipher that I started to use when I first got into decoding. I got into decoding, I would say probably in 2012, 2013. And the person who I first found was Marty Leeds. After I got into Santo Spinaci. Santo Spinaci kind of got me started in this whole, that's why I consider him a really good friend. I owe him a lot of credit. He's been a gem in my life and he's given so much to the world. But that led to Marty Leeds and the septenary. And I have an old Decode Your Reality channel, which I cannot even get into anymore because I don't know the password. And you know how it's like so password protected now. And that Decode Your Reality channel was all about septenary. And I showed the value of septenary. If you want to know the value of the septenary cipher, go watch my Superstar Decoded parts 1, 2, and 3. Because the patterns of the sun are 171. The 1 to the 7 to the 1. And then it repeats. And it's like a boomerang, the sun is. And the 7, of course, is tied to Lib Ra, the sun god. The balancing of the scales. 171. And that goes through the 13 layers of the sun. The 13 months, there's 13 when you connect the dots. 12 plus plus. So the septenary has its say. If you want to, and again, this is where you got to become fond of using one cipher. You need to be disciplined. You don't need to, but you should be disciplined. You may want to take into consideration of being disciplined in your decoding efforts, meaning that if you're going to be a decoder and you're going to start decoding, I would suggest to start using just one cipher. Get rid of all the other ciphers, because every time you add a cipher, when you add a cipher, let's open them all up. Let's use the word deja vu. Look at how many numbers this thing has. It's got a lot of 9s, but it has the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 2. Okay? So where do you go from here? Because now we're dealing with a big mess. Septenary being the 7. So when you eliminate them all, and you get rid of this, the base. I don't even know why they even called it that. I wouldn't call it that, but whatever, it's not my website. So, but if you're going to use the septenary, this is what it should look like for you. This. Close everything out, and this. This is how you should decode. If you're a fan of the 171 septenary, you want to use the septenary. This is going to equal 32, I think. Or 35. Right, I like decoding the word septenary is 35. Then what does the 35 lead to? Well, it's going to tie into the television screen, but This is what you should use for your decoding, and then get all of your results. Hit enter and you get your results here. Just use this one and create your foundation of your words. Because if I open up and I go to the base that Derek's got, this is his website, but I wouldn't do it this way. But you can see you have a 6, a 3, and an 8. Well, which is it? And on top of that, you get a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. What is it? Which way is it? Where do you go from here? You're dead in the water if you're just using this methodology. That's my opinion. If you want to get something that's more concrete, something that's more narrowed down, something that's going to be more acute, you would really be well served to get rid of these and go with just one. So if you want to use the Pythagorean, you'd go with the 1 through 9, right? And just use that. Now it becomes the 42. Well, which is it? Is it 42 or is it 35? Well, it's going to be both, but then you got to tack on other layers to figure out how this reality works. This is why, like, I see people in the decoding world, and like, you got to make the truth your own, but I see like people having so many watered down results because they have these, just the base ones. And you're getting all these results. Well, which is it? Well, it's got to be all of them, but then where do you go from here? So if you're going to use septenary, that's great. I started out with it back in my days of decoding, but that's where it ends, is use just one, because you're going to try, you'll get so many results, and then people get all excited. Oh my God, I got all these results. Oh my God, it equals this and this equals that. And then they think they got it figured out. But if you just stick to one, and it makes it harder, but it's like learning a language. Like, imagine you had a class every week and you had to learn a language on every day, a different language on every day of the week. Do you know how hard that would be? Because each of these ciphers, it's a language. And there's going to be crossovers, and the reason why every single numerology site, I call it numerology, but the reason why every numerology Gematria cipher works eventually is because of the number 9. The number 9 is a repeater number. It's the great repeater. So eventually, at some point, you will end up getting a connection. But it will be watered down if you're using, in my opinion, those base ciphers that Derek put out there. If I had a website, it would not even look like that, because I think that is pushing you in a direction of really getting watered down results. But that's my opinion. You got to make the truth your own. See, once you establish your foundation with all your words using one cipher, then you cross over into another cipher, and then you can start, because you're not going to get the same results. But when you start to get the same results in words that have like a very close connection to, then you're on to something. That's how I found like the anomaly in pi, the loop, how I found that, because I was messing around with it, which was a huge, huge find. 1937, 46, 1920, 37, 38, 46, 47. That loop, which is all about history repeats itself. History repeats itself as 75. 75 is tied to Lucifer. Lucifer is called the light bringer. The light repeats itself. That's what it means. Can you speak your thoughts on the bulbs inside of the TV? Well, okay, so the bulbs that used to be used for color television, you had the RGB, red, green, and blue, right? And then you go all the way back to the black and white. But it's light. Essentially, that's really what it is. It's you're projecting an image onto the screen, and the image has got to come from somewhere. So you're broadcasting the image. If you go all the way back to when they first came out with televisions, I have a decode television. I've shelved it. I should probably pull it out and do a decode on it. But all the way back when televisions first came out, that is just the basic fundamentals of filming an activity, and then broadcasting that through a signal, and then that signal needs to be through a wire, and that wire ends up broadcasting through a wave. You remember the dog ears on TV? Why are they called? Remember they're called dog ear. Dog, God spelled backwards. The radio wave, Ra Dio. Ra and Dio is Ra God. What comes through the radio? Messages. What comes into your brain? Messages. The same way a radio broadcasts music that you listen to is the same way the supernatural communicates with you. Same way. Same concept. I'll go through this one more time here. Let me show you. This right here, this picture right here is what Earth looks like. Just here to the top right. And this is a xenon bulb used in movie theaters. Okay? It's a xenon bulb used in movie theaters right here. And these have so much significance. The shape, you have a tetrahedron right there. Okay? This is a xenon. Xenon is the gas. It's a self-contained system. This. And this is what Earth is. It may not look exactly like this, but this is the so below. And inside here is what the light comes in here through the xenon gas, which projects the image onto the screen when you go watch the movie. And now you have what's called a motion picture right there. This is the cosmic egg for a movie theater, and then Earth is the cosmic egg for our movie, and we're all in here. The fractal above is the firmament that wraps around the Earth is the outer casing, the bulb. And then we're all inside here. And then you could even put the flat plane here. Those of you that are flat earthers, you put the flat plane right here. Okay? And then this is the firmament. That to me spins at 1,000 miles an hour. That's what NASA tells you. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Well, that's the firmament spinning around 1,000 miles an hour. But this right here to me is how this reality works. The bulb. Okay? And this is a movie bulb. It's really simple. But here it is right here. This is like more of a rounded shape. You read a lot of these texts about Earth. Earth's not like a perfect circle. It's kind of like it bows out on the ends. Yeah, well, this is kind of more of a rendition of that, right? It doesn't have to be exactly looking like an oval shape, like an egg. Well, I mean, why do they call it the Oval Office at the White House? Think about it. Why is it called the Oval Office? Well, come on, ding, ding, ding. Pretty easy. This is Earth right here, folks. We live inside of a self-contained system, and it's a movie set. This is a movie set in here. Everything, and we're downsized in here. So you just look at the movie, the motion picture. Is a movie real? I've postulated this so many times. Is a movie real, folks? When you turn on your favorite movie or favorite TV show, next time you turn on Netflix, thank you, Netflix. Thank you, Amazon Prime. All these things I'm grateful for, right? They give me clues. So I'm grateful for them. I don't get anything from saying that, but I'm grateful. I'm in the state of gratitude. But anyway, when you turn these shows on and you get emotionally involved with these shows and you start crying or you start hating on the character, why do you do that? It's not even real. Because see, you can't distinguish what's real and what's not real because you're now emotionally attached. You're creating a symbiotic relationship with these characters in the screen. You're glued, you're connected to the characters, and they're getting your energy. That idea, that movie's getting your energy, which helps forge this reality. But when we say, is that movie real? Well, no, it's a movie. They made it in Hollywood. Okay, but are the actors real? Are the actresses real? Well, you'd say, yeah, of course they're real. Is there a real director behind the scenes directing the movie? Yeah, of course. Is there a real producer funding it? Yep. Is there a writer that wrote the screenplay? Yeah, here's the writer. So, but are those people real? And you would say, well, yeah, they're real. Okay, but is the movie real? No, the movie's not real. Well, which is it? Is it real or not? The real actors, real screenplay writers, but the movie's not real? Where do you draw the line? Well, then you look at the as above. What's viewed? We're in a movie, folks. You're playing out your part. You're playing out your screenplay. You just may not have been given the screenplay from a director. You may not have gone on a casting call like they do in Hollywood to try to make out for that part. Like, I want to get that part. I want to get that part in the movie. So you're going to go read. Here's the screenplay. Read it, act it out. Act out the part. And then you get the call and you get a second call back. Oh, I get a second call back. And you go back again. You get a third call back. And then finally they get the phone call. Your agent says, hey, you got the part. Now you're the actor, the main actor, the co-star, whatever. That same thing works in our reality. It's just, it's more freelance. It's more improv. There's not a screenplay. You don't get a screenplay. The screenplay that you actually get is your astrological map, your life path, your numerology, your identity, your tarot cards, your cards of illumination, your human design. That's your screenplay. As above, so below, folks. That's how this works. It's not too hard to figure out. It's pretty easy, actually. And it's a lot of fun once you kind of surrender to that. Have I ever acted? Yes, I have. Nothing that I could brag about, or it's not even worth mentioning. So I had a short-lived acting career. Matter of fact, the reason why I moved to California in 1998 is because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be on TV. And then when I get out there, it didn't resonate with me. There's many reasons why. And then I ended up just lasting like maybe 6 months, 9 months. And then I left. I went to San Diego. And the rest is history. But I got friends in the business. I got friends, successful friends in the business that, do commercials, do acting. That's what they do. So I know the ins and outs of how it works. And you take that and you look at that construct and you apply it in real life, and it just makes so much more sense. And John Steele says, what the fool has in his knapsack before jumping down the hole. Yeah, well, it's slim pickings. There ain't much in the knapsack. It's very small on the fool. The fool, he's not taking much with him. He's definitely, the funny thing is, this is totally me now, right? Going on the fool's journey. Thank you, John Steele, for mentioning this. Here's the fool card. See, notice his knapsack? There ain't nothing in there, man. What, you got a day of rations maybe? You're jumping down the hole. This is the card of going down into the hole, the fool's journey. Or at least landing down here on Earth. You get the little Yorkie, I think it's a Yorkie Terrier. I'm a fan of Yorkies, little doggy there, a little furry. I don't know, a white Yorkie, I don't think so, but that's what I think it is, but I'm a fan of Yorkies. But anyway, it's holding nothing. This androgynous character, very flamboyant, girly, masculine, feminine, whatever, it's both. But there ain't much in there. This character is a minimalist, for sure. Because it's taking a chance to come down here in this reality. Vicky's asking, what's your thoughts on tattoos and piercings? I'll talk about piercings. I don't know. I mean, it's like jewelry, right? What tattoos? I got a ton of them, right? Well, how about this? Anything you put on your body, you're drawing attention. Those are drawing attention. Those are they're like magnets. Symbols, they draw energy into them. That's why, if you're going to put a symbol on your body, you better make sure you know what you're putting on your body, because it's going to draw energy into you. And even what are the tattoos of the earth? Crop circles. Crop circles are the tattoos of the earth, drawing energy into the earth. Crop circles are tattoos of the earth. So you just got, I literally have, I have phoenixes on my arm, and the majority of this stuff that I got, I wasn't at the level I was at, but I got phoenixes, fire, flames, rising up to a samurai in the water fighting a dragon, which was the third tattoo I got way back when I was in the military, when I was completely asleep. And then they lead all the way to a set of green eyes at the top. And I know what it means. I'm not going to go into it all, but I know what it means. The phoenix rises, but I know what it means. But anyway, that's, you got to, like, the tattoos you have, if you're in the moment now and you're consciously aware, you better make sure you know what you're putting on your body. The energy you're drawing in, man, those are like semi-permanent because you can still laser them off, but they draw an energy, tattoos do. Great. Tattoos equal sigils. Yeah, sigils are logos. Right? Daniel's asking about the fifth dimension. I don't know much about it. I haven't been there. It's all theoretical. I really don't know what to say on that. I mean, if we're in the third dimension and you'd go up 2 layers, well, if you use the chakras, let me just show all of you here with the chakras. The best I can do here with that. So here's my fun layer of chakras. And I use this a lot for my readings because this is for everybody. But I feel like, really where you want to be is here. This is neutrality, right? This is being balanced. This is where the blood pH is, right here. It's slightly alkaline, okay? So this is where you want to be, right here in life. To have the most fundamental, most balanced life, you want to be living in the green, the balance, okay? This is the middle of the pH scale. This is 4, but it would be 7 because if you go up 14. And so down here is hell. It's the lower chakras. That's why fire's red, orange, and yellow. And what's down here? Well, this is where all the fun's at. And what happens down here? Well, people hump, right? One of the best feelings in the world, having an orgasm. How does that happen? Down here. Down here. This is all the hellish regions. Like if you're like, your stomach says, feed me. Well, you're now under the guise of this, satiation, right? And you now feed the stomach. But I feel like in the totality of this reality, here as a sliding scale, this would be heaven, right? And this would be hell. And you're going to play both. You're going to play both, but you want to really be balanced here, right? If you're down here all the time, well, you may have to come up here to balance yourself out, up in the heavenly realms. That's why the third eye's up here and the crown's up here. But I really feel from a cosmos perspective here. And I had come out with this in my Flower of Life Decoded, which is, I need to redo it, but I really feel like it's possible that this is where we are here in Earth. The sun is yellow. The vitalis of an egg is yellow. This is the belly of the beast. So imagine that the cosmos, this is its body, and the celestials would be here. But the cosmos swallows the light through the mouth, and then it comes down the hole, and then it enters into the belly of the beast, which is the solar plexus. And this may, in fact, be where Earth is. I know Earth is, green, but the sun is the logos, the life giver. So the belly of the beast, and you want to obviously get to the center point again. I don't necessarily think you need to get up here, because in the spread of the pH scale, if you get too alkaline, you're dead. If you get too acidic, you're dead. You want to be right here, which is why I have continued to say and support the fact of neutrality means, not judging, live and let live. This is your fool's journey. You don't need to owe anybody an explanation. Life is what you dream about. Life is what you make of it. Make the truth your own. This is you here. But most people, they want to be down here in somebody else's movie. They want to follow the influencers on the world stage, which primarily live down here. And they use sex, they use sex appeal, they use brands and money and riches, and that's all down here in the desire area. What do you desire is all down here. Even if you say, well, I desire spirituality, well, then you'd obviously come up on this end of the spectrum. But the main part of the world lives all down, primarily the major part of the world. Maybe not you, but the majority of the world lives down here. And this is what Mr. Smith through the Matrix protects, down here. Like this is all ego and desires, and it's inescapable, ladies and gentlemen, that you live in this area at some point. You're like, how do you think you got here? Because your parents did this, they humped. That's how you got here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here sharing space with all of us. Sex is important for this reality because without humping, there ain't no people. So this is a vital piece to our reality right here. But I feel like this right here is the third dimension. And then we want to be here. If there is a way to get out of this game, and I say if there's a way, the way would be through neutrality, which is not giving to any of your energy to the static on the world stage down here. Forget about their movie. You're not going to get any payoffs with that other than, oh yeah, I like that show, right? Or I'm going to get an autograph by my favorite actor or actress. Whoop did he freaking do? Anyway, that's kind of how I see it with the fifth dimension and third dimension. Venus is the Ankh. The symbol of Venus is the Ankh. Greg says, I feel that way too, and Venus is the gateway to Asgard. Venus is the Ankh. Let me show you the screenshot of that, if I can find it. Hold on. Do I have it available? I don't. Okay. I can't find it. But Venus is the Ankh, in my opinion. And the Ankh is the symbol that Thoth uses constantly. And is it a coincidence that Thoth and Venus both equal 25 in numerology? As I have been continuing to say, and I'll continue to say it, the game needs players. This reality needs people in order for it to play the game. I say mankind's being used, not in a bad way, but in a way to where whatever is running this reality needs us to experience its own game that it creates. Well, if you stop humping, if everybody stopped creating babies, eventually there would be no more human beings. That's just not going to happen. Why? Because the greatest feeling in the world is love. That's why. And what happens when you fall in love? You hump. And what happens when you hump? You make babies. See the cycle? It's pretty simple. That's the Ankh. That's the Ankh. That's Venus is the planet of love. Hello, it's simple. I just, Lisa says no more people, stop I don't think that that's even possible. Stop procreating. I just don't, I mean, some people that are celibate or some people that don't have children or like, I don't have any children, but I look at the whole totality of how this reality works. And I come from a layer of being an observer of life. And not putting myself on that like, hey, my way's the only way, even though it is, right? Just like your way's the only way. But when you take a step back and you look at this reality and you start looking at other people's lives, people incarnate. I can see it in their freaking astrological charts. Time and time again, I can see what makes somebody tick. I know, I can see it especially through the Chakras. I can see how somebody rolls. People are genetically bred to make babies. Some people are. In the astrological map, it says it right in their charts that you're supposed to have a family. You can see it in the charts. I just don't see it happening. I don't see the human race, unless, of course, we're moving towards the extinction of the human race for a time being, which I showed in my vision, the vision decoded. I decoded the book of Daniel. If you're a fan of theology, I showed through the alchemy of what I thought it means. Again, I'm going to say what I thought it means. My truths. And I showed that it says right in Daniel 2 verses 45 that the kingdom that will be set up, that will smash all the other kingdoms, it says it will not be left to other people. I'm going to say that again. It says right in Daniel, the Old Testament, it says the kingdom that is going to crush all the other kingdoms before it, the kingdom will not be left to other people. I don't know how people, I didn't even, it got right past me. I haven't been studying that, but when I studied, I'm like, whoa, what does that mean? What does that mean? And then in Revelation 21, it says the sea will be no more. And we're like, oh, what's the sea? Is it the vessel? Is it this? And that's why you have maritime law. We're at sea. Does that mean the church will be gone? Does that mean that the corporations will be gone? Is that what that means? But then you have this element C Borgium, which is tied to our DNA and the two base pairs. So is it the body? Is this going to go away? Is the earth going to rid itself of the human beings which have essentially have desecrated it? Like, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to live forever. So I just for 1 second, humor me on this. Right? Let's just be really authentic and just take a step back from like, one day your life is going to end. And when it does, life's going to go on, right? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm saying is that for just 1 second, let's take a step back and say that you're not here anymore. I'm not here anymore. Do you think that mankind, man and woman, do you think they will still be polluting the earth? Yes, they will be. Will they still be desecrating the earth? Yes, they will be. How do we do these kinds of things? See, people don't take into consideration, like, oh, well, I don't consume animals, so I'm not contributing to that. But you're still wiping your ass with toilet paper, and you're taking the trees down. You're still using cotton swabs. You're still, you're still ripping. Like, folks, do you realize what goes into creating these farmlands for cotton and trees for toilet paper? You end up disrooting and dismantling insects and families of insects, and you're partaking in the killing of these insects and animals and moving them around. And do you want it? Would you consciously do that if you knew that? I can guarantee you, if you have a heart and you have a lot of compassion, you'd be saying, of course I wouldn't do it. But you don't see it, so you don't know it. So you continue to do what a human being does, which is uses the earth for your living needs. Cotton balls, cotton swabs, makeup, hair products, tires for your car, oil for your gas, gas for your house. Human beings are designed to be parasites. We are all parasites. What is the definition of parasite? Parasites need a host. What is the host? Earth. Well, when you have a lot of people on planet Earth that are constantly grabbing at it, taking from it, taking from it, taking from it, taking from it. Like, what goes into making a pen that you write on a piece of paper with? Think about this. How do you make one of these? You got to take from the earth to make it. Or you make it synthetically and how do you still have to make materials. So every human being on this planet is a parasite. It's not a bad thing. So the next time you wipe your ass with toilet paper after you get off the throne, just remember that that's a tree that you wiped your ass with. Okay? We got to have fun with this. That's how I have fun with this. I'm at the gym, right? I'm at the gym and I go on the stair mill pretty much every time. And after I'm done, I go over to the paper towel dispenser and I grab a piece of paper towel. I get the smallest piece I can because I'm consciously aware. I spray it with whatever they have there, and I wipe down my machine for the benefit, so I don't, I clear my sweat off there. But the point is that I'm using a paper towel, and that paper towel is a tree that got knocked down for the benefit of me cleaning that machine so somebody else can come in and use it. That's a clean machine. I know, I'll go plant more trees. Well, yeah, to make way for the tree, you got to freaking rip up the soil. What's in the soil? Worms, insects, spiders, ants. You're disrupting their colonies. Oh, well, they don't matter. So the vegans will say, well, I don't eat animals. Yeah, but you're disrupting all these insects. Well, that doesn't matter though. Well, they're just insects. Yeah, but see, you don't look at it this layer. You don't go that deep. You're just on the surface of animals. That's all you're at. But then you put yourself on this pedestal and then you're like, yeah, you shouldn't eat meat and you shouldn't do this. Like you're like freaking a hypocrite. You're not even looking at these layers that you're doing and you're partaking in. Just stop being a hypocrite already, folks. Just go do you. It's inevitable that you're a stone cold killer. You walk outside and you're walking down the street, you ain't paying any attention to where you're walking, and you're constantly stepping on bugs that have families and have jobs to do for their own benefit, for their own families. You're a killing machine and you can't help it. And why are we doing this bickering and this division, and my daddy can beat up your daddy, and my way's the right way and your way's wrong, and your methodology's this, and my religion's better than yours, and I have better clothes than you, and I make more money than you, and you're this and you're... Why are we doing this stuff? When you can see you're a freaking parasite, you're a killing machine, and you're no better than the person you're pointing the finger at. People don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. Because they're too busy. You know why? Because they're not even conscious of the now moment. They're not even conscious of the deep depths of the now moment. They're not. Parasites are what we are, folks. That's the horrific part of it, this reality, if you want to look at it that way. So yes, chia. You can do as much as you can do. Exactly. There are going to be what's called, my friend Johnny would say, gradients. In graphic design, there are what are called gradients, which is black to white. And then everything in between, it stretches, it goes into gray, and then the gray into white. And you stretch. Where are you at in the scheme of things? As a consumer, what do you consume on the daily? Do you brush your teeth? Yeah, I brush my teeth. What kind of toothbrush you use? How often do you exchange your toothbrush out? Well, I use an electric one. I have an Oral-B, or I got a whatever. Okay, well, how do you charge that up? I plug it in. Okay, great. Well, how do you get the power to charge up the toothbrush? Well, electricity. Well, where does that come from? Well, did you ever think about that? Where does the electricity come from? Every time you flush your toilet, you know where that poop goes and that all feces and all this? Where does that go? And then who's got to correct that? Who's got to filter that? Who's got to correct that stuff? Resources, 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 resources. And the more people there are, the more resources get used. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you got to take a look at your life, and this is why, like for me anyway, and I had seen some comments like, it's how much of this life are you living out? What kind of consumer are you? How deep down of a consumer are you? How big of a parasite are you as a human being? And again, it's not a bad thing. We think of parasite and it's like, oh my God, parasite. Oh no, I don't want any parasites. They're bad. Well, folks, you're a parasite. What is a parasite? It's something that needs a host. What's the host? The earth. Like the sheet. Have you ever thought about like the sheets that you buy? Who made them? How did they get made? What materials went into making the sheets? The pillow you sleep on. This microphone. The computer you bought. What went into making that? Like this lemon that got picked off the tree. Who picked it? Where's the tree planted? Who planted the tree? What insects died to plant the lemon tree so I can get my lemon? Are the insects not as important? Well, if you look at the pyramid, yeah, they're not as important as a human being because ultimately ants can't build a skyscraper. However, ants build colonies, they build homes. Well, if you go down to the insect world and you go talk to an ant, the ant's like, screw you, my colony's better than yours. My colony's more important than your stupid skyscrapers. You just think you got it because you're bigger than me. That's what the ant would say. Or the insect would say. You guys are what's screwing this world up. They would blame you. You'd be the freaking boogeyman. They'd be like, mankind is the enemy. Mankind is the devil. You guys constantly rip up my soil to plant your stupid trees for your toilet paper to wipe your ass. You're screwing my families up. You're displacing my families just so you can wipe your ass. Go out, go wipe with a leaf. People won't do that. No, people got to have their toilet paper because you're used to it. And they say, well, I'm going to use a bidet. Then I see people, I can't afford a bidet. So it's like there's so many layers to go here with this reality. And then it just comes to the conclusion of, folks, you're just a killing machine. Okay? We're parasites. It's just what level of parasite are you? What level of a user are you? That's it. This reality is a harsh one. It's predator-prey. Something's going to kill something to get an energetic exchange. That's how it works. And when you take a predator out of the situation, the prey, they evolve, they get too big, they overgrow, and that causes a problem. It's been proven time and time again. When you remove the natural predator, the prey, they get too big and they cause a problem. It's the way it works, folks. I mean, this is how deep I go because I do critical thinking. Nice says, if the physical works is borrowing our spirit energy, maybe it's a trade. It is. We live inside of a battery, folks. The energetic exchange is the love and fear emotions that we give off, et cetera, et cetera. There are only two emotions we have, in my opinion, love and fear. And everything is subordinate to these two emotions, love and fear. Everything's subordinate to that. Care, compassion, that's all about a love. Fear is like anger and resentment and like, hiding stuff. That's all fear-based, right? Those are subordinate to love and fear. Love and fear are the two emotions. These cause an energetic exchange, and we get siphoned from that energy by the supernatural. We live inside of a battery. We are cells. You are a cell in the battery. That's why inside your body, the fractal below is you have trillions of cells. And you are a battery. There are battery packs in your body. You're a miniature battery feeding the main battery. That's where the Greeks coined it ambrosia, food for the gods. So pain and suffering, love and fear, these are all essential pieces of food for the supernatural. Jacob's asking about decoding the number 201. Okay. So the number 201, it's been a big one in the decoding world. I'm not going to mention any names, but I feel like those people are a little bit lost because they just, it's 201 this and the Pope's in 201. Like, okay, well, great. What does the 201 mean? Well, you bring in alchemy and it's a pretty dead giveaway. What's the element that has the 201 for its atomic mass? Mercury. Then you postulate the question, okay, now that we know that the Pope Francis lives in apartment 201. Okay, so that's pretty big deal, right? Because it's a pretty big guy on the world stage. Why is it number 201? Well, it's attached to Mercury. Well, okay, so what does Mercury mean? Mercury represents the Kundalini. the Ida and the Pingala, because Mercury represents the caduceus, which is the two serpents that intertwine the chakras. 201, Mercury. And then you can get into the golden ratio and pi, get into mathematics, the sine and cosine wave to get more definitives. But a lot of people in the decoding world, they throw this 201 around and they connect it to this and that, but they have no clue what it really means. It's Mercury. Go to Mercury in the alchemical aspect. It's Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication. Mercury is best friends with the sun. And then you go to the tarot, pretty easy. And the fifth house of astrology is Leo, and Leo the lion is ruled by the sun. And what is the fifth card in the tarot? It's the Hierophant. What does Hierophant mean? It's the dictator. It's the sun that has moved into mankind. This is your identity. This is the guru. This is the Pope. Now, if I remove the Pope from the world stage, forget about the Pope. Don't care about his movie. I'm going to move it into your movie. So we go to your fifth house of astrology. You may not even have any planets there. It doesn't matter. But you still have this card in your fifth house. You become the dictator of your life. Most people are not interested in that. They'd rather go follow a dictator and just ride the coattails, and then they become that energy. When you stop doing that, you end up becoming this instead of becoming somebody else's dictator. In Chinese astrology, it's the dragon. Well, the best friend of the sun, which would be this, is Mercury. Mercury has an orbital pattern of 88 days. 88 is tied to time travel. Mercury is the caduceus, folks. It's the kundalini that rises up. And it's 23 in numerology. Tied to the word blood, tied to the word crown, tied to the word history, all in Chaldean numerology. If you start getting into the reverses and all that, you're going to just get watered down results. Okay? You're just going to get watered down. See, Gematria is great. Numerology is great. But you need to get a picture of what the number means. Patterns are great to look at. But what about the picture? How does it really work? Why are these numbers showing up in our reality in big ways? Why is the government of Britain at 10 Downing Street? Why is it 10 Downing Street? The Parliament. Why is it 10? Have you thought about that? Like, why 10? I know, say 10, right? Okay. What is the 10th card in the tarot? The Yod-Heh Vah-Heh, the Wheel of Fortune, Saturn, Kronos, 10. On a chessboard, in my opinion, the 10 is the castle, the rook. 10, the base, the castle walls, to set it up. For then the bishop to live inside of, which would be the 9. And then you get the Jack, Queen, King. And then you get all the pawns in the front, 1 through 8. Ace through 8. The 9 is the bishop, 10 is the rook, Jack is the 11, Queen is the 12, King is 13. That's chess. 16 pieces per side. 16 is tied to the word light. It's the light game. Chess is the light game. 16 is the tower card. The tower is tied to Sirius. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm totally serious right now. Tied to Ra. Going back to ancient Egypt. See, this whole reality is a freaking Ponzi scheme. It has a bad rap, but Ponzi scheme meaning that whatever is running this reality owns the whole damn thing. It owns it all inside the self-contained system. Any idea inside the self-contained system remains in the self-contained system. Do we use the numbers or do the numbers use us? Well, both. Because the source code, meaning what is the source code? Like I said, it's somebody that codes. Let me give you a picture because we think in pictures and this is going to be so much easier. Hold on. Okay. Right here is a picture. Maybe you've never seen this before, but this is a picture of what's called HTML code. This is what is written for a program or for software to be utilized in the computer. Like YouTube. Big shout out to YouTube, right? Without the YouTube, I wouldn't have this channel. So, I mean, I have a lot of gratitude towards it. Well, YouTube has code behind it in order to broadcast my voice, my face, my picture, all the things I'm showing right now, there must be this behind it. There's some kind of code written for it. Well, this is the so below code. Well, the as above code that writes this reality into existence would look something like this. But it's not going to have maybe these parameters like this. It will probably have symbols, letters, and numbers, and music, sacred geometry. That's the code of this reality. So this is what we use to code computers, to write software. For the cell phone you use, it has a code to use. These codes right here. This is all HTML code to write the software that you use on the daily for your social media, your Instagram, your TikTok, your cell phone. That's why the cell phone or your computer says, update the software, because it's updating this code right here. What do you think this reality does? This reality updates the software by the voices in our heads. It downloads the ideas to create on the world stage to update the software, which is the operating system, which is this reality. It ain't run by man, folks. We are entertainment. Like when you go see your favorite band at a concert, they're your entertainment. You think it just stops there? Use some critical thinking. What does 37 and 73 mean? Well, so many layers to 37. 37 is tied to the element rubidium, which is tied to the eye in the sky. Eye in the sky is 37. Shepherd is 37. 37 is the mirror of the 73. 73 is you're on television. See, you break these numbers down. What is okay, 73, 37. Just break the numbers apart. This is where numerology comes into it. So now you see, if you're a decoder and you're using Gematria, what is the definition of Gematria? Coding words into numbers. Great. So you have an outcome of 37. Amazing. Congratulations. Oh, but wait, I got another word that equals 37. Great. But then what do you do with it? You got to do something with it. Well, then you take the numbers through numerology, the science of numbers, and then you now have a definition for each number. 3 and 7, they're archetypes. Every number is like a person. It has a definition to it. It has a meaning. It has a purpose. So the number 3, what does the number 3 mean? Then you can bring in astrology to get a deeper meaning. What's the third house all about? It's tied to Gemini. What is Gemini? Well, it's Castor and Pollux. Well, okay, what is that? That's the Ida and the Pingala. That's the Kundalini. Why I know that's the truth is because Gemini is ruled by Mercury. And what is Mercury? The Ida and the Pingala, which is the DNA, which is why the Pope resides in Suite 201, because that's Mercury's weight, tied to our DNA. Because the Bible that the Pope pushes is a book about transhumanism, tied to our DNA. See, it's very simple, just from the 37. 3 is tied to Gemini. 3 is tied to your creative process. 3 is the Trinity. 3 is the diamagnetic pulse of light, and then the transverse electromagnetic wave that chases it. Because we live in a reality that is designed around chasing the light. That's why people say, I'm a light worker. I'm a light worker. No, you work for the light. There's nothing light about you. If I put you in a pitch black room, I'm not even going to see you. You work for the light. It's a big difference. Okay? There's nothing light about us unless you go and do thermal imaging. So 3 means the Trinity. In the tarot, it gives you the greatest rendition of it. It's the queen on the chessboard. The Empress. Where is she at? See, the feminine is what runs this reality. It ain't the masculine. Masculine screws it up. This is why all the superheroes, not all of them, but a lot of the superheroes on the world stage and the Marvel movies, they're all feminine because the female's coming back to balance out this world that's been screwed up by the masculine. So here's the 3. I'm going to get into the 7 in a minute, but here's the 3. The Empress. This is in the 3rd house of astrology for everybody. This is Gemini energy right here. Because Gemini is the 2 twins. The 2 twins are the Kundalini, which represents the DNA, which she gives offspring to. And the 3rd house of astrology is all about communication, speaking your spells, bringing things into creation. Mercury. Okay? And then you get the number 7, which then balances out that 3. That diamagnetic pulse of light in the transverse electromagnetic wave that follows it, forming the Trinity, the triangle. When people do this, when they do this, that's life right there. The top of the pyramid is the diamagnetic pulse right here. And then these 2 sides are the transverse electromagnetic wave that follows that pulse of light. That's your DNA. And then the 7 on top of the 3, next to the 3, the 7 is an archetype. What does the 7 mean? The 7 is the crown chakra, the analyzer. Those of you that have a 7 life path, you're a mystic. You're somebody who is going to look around life and you're going to criticize it, and you're going to look around and you're going to figure out, like, you're going to critique this and you're going to critique that. You're the analyzer, the spiritual analyst. 7 life path, 7. So your 37 is not only an analyst, but it is a creator through analyzing life. 37. 37 is the creator by analyzing life. That's the eye in the sky. The eye in the sky creates by analyzing everything through everybody's eyes, through the billions of people that it uses to analyze life through, and then it creates through that. Through the communication, through the expression of hands, feet, senses. That's the Empress. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? The 3rd element on the periodic table is lithium. This is why the Trinity is so big. Lithium is what they give to people that have bipolar disorders. What is bipolarism? Has to do with the frickin' brain. Lithium's weight is 6.9. That's the yin yang. That's the 2 fish in your brain. Everybody listening to this broadcast is bipolar. Oh, I know, except for you. Forgot, you're not. Only you, though. That's my dry humor, but everybody's bipolar. You're just going to be a gradient of it. Everybody's narcissistic. Just going to have a gradient of it. That's why you start attracting these people, because you're a little bit of that. That's the 37/73. 73 is creation through analyzation. You're on television is 73. 73 is the 21st prime number. And what is the 21st card in the tarot? The World card. Wish I had all these. It's like you go through 77 of these cards, and sometimes it's a little. Where's my world? Yeah, right here. 21st card tied to 73, tied to 37. 37 is tied to the 19. 19 is the sun, the logos. You're on television. You've decided to come down here and play the game of life through the Stargate called the astrological signs of Aries through Pisces. That's the Stargate. The as above Stargate is the 12 constellations. And the portal to get in here is the frickin', and then the so below is your eyeball. Your pupil is the representation of the as above. This reality is so freaking amazing, and it's so beautiful when you realize, like, I'm looking at decoding, like, these people have some genius aspects of it, but when you start bringing it into alchemy and you start bringing it into other card decks, that these people weren't influenced by the tarot. They just, well, I'm going to make some insects, animals, and reptiles, and I'm going to name it this, and when you start to look and see that these things are integrated, like the 27th medicine card deck is the dragonfly. The Native American medicine cards created by Jamie Sams and a few others that were Native Americans, that were rich in the culture of being an Indian, a Native American. They're not trying to screw you over and get one past you. Try to pull the woolly over your eyes. There are people that wanted to create a card deck for their culture. They're not in on some big conspiracy to get one past you, folks. And the 27th card in the deck of the medicine cards is the dragonfly card. The great dragon got hurled down. What does that mean? The sine and cosine wave got hurled down. The radio waves got hurled down. God hurled itself down here to experience its own game. 27. And what is the 27th card in the tarot? The Five of Wands. Five is tied to the sun. This right here, this is the five of the sun. The wands mean the sun. It means fire in the tarot. That's why it was called the corona. It's tied to the sun. This is the 27th card in the deck, tied to the dragon that got hurled down. It's so easy to see this, folks. 27 is cobalt. Cobalt is the chaos and order. What do you think that the 27th card is all about? Chaos and order. Isaiah 45 verses 7. How many more layers? That's theology now. Theology, tarot, cards of illumination, alchemy. Bring them all together and you get the picture. They're all telling the same story, just packaged a different way. They all have truths in it. That's why it's stupid to try to defend, debate, argue. Just go do you. If you don't like what I got to say, great. Then go do you. That's cool. That's how you end division. That's how you create a utopia, by the way. That's the reason why religion's going to go bye-bye is because we don't need 10,000 of them. That just causes chaos on this reality. 10,000 religions. Yeah, like you ladies need 10,000 shoes in your closet. The majority of them you don't even wear. You know who you are, you ladies. You got freaking tags still on some of the clothes in your damn closet you don't even wear. Get rid of it. Give it to somebody that can enjoy it. It's just fun. Oh man, that was a pretty big rant, I guess, but 27. Listen, folks, if you got 27, I see some people, that's my birth. Okay, cool. Okay. Look, let me give you some synchronizations. As I showed through my Kabbalah decoded, as I just showed through my Gematria decoded, alpha, bet. That word comes from aleph and beta, which comes from the Hebrew, which comes from the Greek. But we say alphabet. Well, alpha is an 18. Let me show you this, okay? So this is how I use my methodology here to make heads or tails of this reality. Where is he at? Alphabet we're talking about. There it is. So alpha and bet. Alpha meaning the alpha predator, meaning numero uno. And then beta meaning 2. So now you have 2 and 1. And it can form the Y, but it forms the number 3, which is your brain. We speak the words. So alpha is 18 in numerology. Here's the 18th card. 5 of clubs. Fire, air. Then you have bet. 11, Jack of hearts. And this card right here, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch my Two Thieves Decoded, is the card right inside the damn cross that many people make over their bodies every single day, which ends up forming the cube, which is this, which squares the circle, which creates this reality, keeps inside the cube. This is Saturn's magic square, time. Okay? The alphabet that we speak, we create things with it. It's these two cards. And those in the tarot, then they convert to the tarot. So we're going to get a picture now, right? Go beyond what I just showed you here. The alphabet. Hold on. There it is. Okay. So the 5 of clubs, alpha. 5 is the sun, folks, because it's the only number that looks like the letter S. The 5th house of astrology is who? Leo. And who's Leo ruled by? The sun. So this essentially is the identity, because this is you now. The 5 is your identity. Can I see your ID, please? The word ID is 5 in numerology. The 1, 4, 5. The pentagram, that's, you as the 5-pointed star. This is the sun's identity now, which has this, a lot of chaos and order, because it's like, okay, what do I want to be? I'm chaos and order. I got a lot of sharks swimming in my mind. This is you constantly trying to figure life out. Some days it's good, some days it's bad. Some days it's good, some days it's bad. Sometimes it's chaos, sometimes it's order. Sometimes it's beautiful, sometimes it's not. That's this. This is card 27, tied to the word heaven, tied to the word thalamus. Thalamus is 27 in Chaldean numerology, just like the word heaven is 27 in Chaldean numerology, just like the word religion is 27 in Chaldean numerology, just like the word sports is 27 in Chaldean numerology. Because these concepts, sports and religion, they're currency. The word currency equals 27 in numerology. Let me take you on this trip. Here we go. Let me get rid of these. Heaven, 27. Okay. What else is 27? Religion. That's where it comes from. What is tied to that in our brains? The thalamus, which is the egg inside your brain. The all-seeing eye inside your brain is 27. That's your heaven, folks. Thalamus, which is where this comes into play. You see, you're being used for energetic currency, which is what this word's tied to. If you're not a fan of religion, you're going to be a fan of this maybe, and it's going to get you this way. And we can't leave out this planet. The largest planet in the solar system just so happens to get the 27. Interesting. But this is where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. And the 27th card in the deck is this one. Chaos and order, which is tied to the 5 of clubs, which is tied to the word alpha. What is the alpha? The freaking logos, the sun, the portal, the life giver. You get into photosynthesis. Has that word photo in it? Well, we're in a motion picture. Photos, moving. Rush had that album called Moving Pictures. And then it's bet. So the alpha, the number 1, now needs to use something to express itself. So now it needs the bet, the beta. 2. That's the kundalini. So then it uses the bet, which is 11, which is this card. The Jack of Hearts. This card is immovable in the deck, by the way. It's one of the 3 immovable cards. You see the letter J on there. What does the word Jesus start with? J is the fish hook. And the card of the Jack of Hearts transitions into the Knight of Cups. This is the card number 48. And this card is tied right to the flower of life. So now you get Kabbalah into this. The flower of life is 48. This is it. Or no, flower of life is 63. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me double check that. Yeah, flower of life is 63. What was 48? 48 was, I can't remember. 48 was, I can't remember. I have to look up my DNA decoded. Let me see. Hold on, folks. Just so I can get this right. I should know this, but I don't have it off the top of my head. Hang on. Hang on, folks. I want to get this exactly right. DNA. That's under Kabbalah. Here it is. 48 is, where was it? Tree of Life. That was it. So let me show all of you since I have it open here. So here's my Kabbalah decoded. Okay? And the Tree of Life through numerology is 48. This is the 48th card. It's tied to the freaking 11 Sephiroths, including the 4 before it came into life. Ayin, Ensof, Or-Ensof, and Zimzum is the infinite before it decided to come down here and create this reality and experience its own game. This is all of us. And when it gets down here in this reality, it now needs to look for love to create. That's why this Knight of Cups comes in with this cup in its hand. And you can see that this knight is not going into battle. The horse is white, representing purity. He's just looking for love. The Tree of Life, which is your body, which is my body, which is tied to the bet, alpha bet. It's looking for love. That's what this whole reality is based upon. It's the male chasing the female, or it's the female chasing the male, which creates the game because the game needs players. Alpha bet. We speak the words into this reality, which are called magic spells, which create this reality. Hey, I want to do business with you. Hey, I want to go hang out with you. Hey, let's get together. Let's go on a date. And then one thing leads to another, and you're humping and you're making a baby. And now the game has another player to experience this reality through. It's really simple to see, folks. It's really simple. The heaven is in your brain. 27, Cobalt, meaning the goblin. 19, the sun. The sun is in your brain. That's why it's called radio waves. Ra and Dio. The Egyptian god, Ra and Dio, God. The sun god, waves. Radio. What does radio do? Transmutes communication. Broadcasts words. How does it do it? Go study radio waves, folks. Why do you think it's called radioactive? Why do you think some of these elements in the periodic table are radioactive? What happens? Radiation. What happens when you get radiated? You don't want to get that. Radiation, radioactive, radio waves. These are the base fundamentals for the currency that is transmitted, which is the message which downloads into your brain, which is where you get your ideas from. That's the supernatural. Whatever you want to call it, logos. You can say the law of one, it's Ra. Folks, what do you want to call it? Well, I'm Muslim, so I'm going to call it Allah. Okay, cool. Call it that then. End of story. So why do we need to fight? Well, you gotta follow my way or you're going to die. Says who? It's ridiculous concepts in this reality, man. Whew. This reality is just a joke, man. So what's up, Ben? Ben says Sun and Jupiter are Christ, and white light, Saturn, Venus, Lucifer, dark light. Well, it's interesting because the two cards through the cards of illumination. So Kronos and Venus, in their respected positions for the cards, they only have two cards that move around. Every year, these like. So if you study the charts here, this is like my book, right? And every year, there are a few years which just the Saturn and Venus placements change, but you'll see that here's the boilerplate chart for, like, this is chart number 22. And these are all like bingo squares. And Venus has a square, Saturn has a square, Jupiter has a square, Neptune has a square, Mercury's got a square. And the Saturn and Venus squares are the only two that interchange with each other. They do like a tango, a dance. And the two cards that are linked to these two spaces on the board, which is going to be space number 19 and space number 37. So I'm going to say that again. Saturn and Venus, let me just show you here so you can see with the cards, so you can get a visual. It's easier than just me yapping here. So here's the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. Right here is the master life configuration. Here's the spirit configuration. And it doesn't matter which one I use. I'm going to use the spirit. This is the handler side. So you're going to see that right here. Let me zoom in. This row right here is ruled by Saturn vertically. And then horizontally, you're going to get the planets coming this way. So Saturn is this row right here. And then he's this row right here. So when you look at this card right here, this is the Saturn card right here. The 7 of diamonds. Saturn owns it. He's the boss of this card. This is the 33rd card in the deck. Okay? Then you come up to Venus and Venus. And the Venus card is the 9 of hearts, which is Pandora's box. This is Pandora's box card. The 9 of hearts. So it's the 7 and the 9. And if you come to the life spread, you'll see that they just swap places. Venus gets the 7 of diamonds. Saturn gets the 9 of hearts. So it's the 79/97. 97 is the 25th prime number. The word Venus equals 25. The word Thoth equals 25. And then 79 is the 22nd prime number. And 22 is tied to the Fool. So when you bring in Saturn and you bring in Venus together, and Venus is the symbol of the Ankh, and Kronos runs time, and the Ankh means infinite. You then get the picture between the cards, and here they are for Venus and Saturn. 7 of diamonds, 9 of hearts. Infinite potential through time. That's what this means right here. 7 of diamonds, 33rd card, meaning ascension. 9 of hearts, meaning endings and completions, but it's tied to the Pandora's box. So when you go through the tarot to get the picture now, right? Because you're like, okay, that's cool, but let's get the picture now of what Venus and Saturn represent. Creation through time. The 7 of diamonds becomes the 7 of pentacles. And the 7 of pentacles is card number 71, which is one of Lucifer's numbers. Lutetium, Lucifer, 71st element. 71 is the 20th prime number. 20 is tied to calcium. Calcium's tied to our bones and teeth. Check out my Manly P. Hall Decoded. Both his parents worked in the field of chiropractic and dentistry. Where do you think where do you think he got his information from? Lucifer. Hello? The light bringer. So 7 of diamonds is the 7 of pentacles. And you see right here that this individual is looking at all of the pentacles that it swept up into its little field here in front of it. And it's observing this. This is tied to the number 33. So what would happen at 33? Ascension. How would ascension happen? After analyzing your life to figuring out what's going to stay, what's going to go, what you're going to get rid of, what you're going to take with you. And then tied to, this is Saturn here. Time. This is tied to time, and time is infinite. So the great judge that's going to figure out what's going to stay and what's going to go, to write the script, the screenplay of this reality, is this card's tied right to it. Card 71 tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. That's just the way it is in this format, folks. And then Venus, who represents the Ankh, who's tied to the infinite possibilities of giving birth and procreation, is the Pandora's box card. The Nine of Cups, which is card 45. Pandora's box equals 45. This is the 45th card in the deck. This is the Venus card tied to the Ankh. This card in the tarot means wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. And that's exactly what happens in this reality. Everything happens because it's supposed to happen. Because it's the supernatural writing the screenplay through the eyes and the senses of man or woman. And then you get into Jupiter and you get into the sun. And you're going to get into what Ben's saying here is the Christ, the sun, the light, and then Jupiter. Jupiter's not the good guy like you think. The word Olympian equals 30. Demiurge equals 30. Don't think Jupiter gets like, well, Jupiter's usually the malefic one. I'm usually the beneficial. Not what I've seen. The Jupiter card is the 10 of diamonds. The 10 of diamonds is the Jupiter card. Jupiter, now let's just put the do where it is with Jupiter. Jupiter's the largest planet. It runs the 9th house of Sagittarius, straight up, which means it gets the Hermit card. It gets the smartest card in the deck. Go figure. Jupiter has been known through mythology time and time again to come down here and play this game of life. The 10 of diamonds is the Jupiter card, along with the Queen of Clubs, which is the Queen of the Sun. Which is why, Ben, you got something here with the Sun and Jupiter. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Queen and the King are tied to the corona. Here's the Queen of the Sun right here. The Queen of the Sun. Here's the King of the Sun. So this card right here is the 25th card in the deck. It's tied to Venus. It's also tied to adversary, but this card right here is the Jupiter card in its ego form, and then in its spirit form, it's the 10 of diamonds. This is the 36th card in the deck tied to the word operating, like operating system. And then in the tarot, it's the 10 of Pentacles. This is card number 75. I mean, is it 75 or 74? Hold on, is it 74? 74, excuse me, 74. 75 is the page. So this is card number 74. And 74 is tied to Wolfram, Tungsten, the Wolf. You know what the 74 is? Hopefully by now. This is the operating system. Guess who has this for his birth card? How about the creator of The Simpsons? You know who that guy is, right? Born on February 15th. Matthew Groening. 36, operating system, 36 card in the deck, 10 of diamonds. Then it goes into the card number 74. 74 is the wolf, the tungsten, tied to the sun. So, Ben, you're on. I mean, the sun and Jupiter, yeah, but Jupiter's not, go watch Jupiter Ascending. I think they're onto something there, but. I mean, Jupiter, as powerful as Jupiter is, man, you know, last night I had done the podcast with Chad, and I was like, I wanted to unwind. And so I decided to throw on some Netflix and have my salad and all that stuff. And I put on Netflix, and it just instantly popped up a show, which is kind of like the anniversary of Malaysia Airline Flight 370. And I don't know if you have seen this, but in 2014, this is pretty insane. I never knew this existed. So let me just show you real quick so I can be really. So this, maybe you did, or maybe you did not know this, but in 2014, March 8th, this aircraft with 200 plus people, 200 and how many people? 227 people. Of course, 227. 227 is what? Well, go watch my vision decoded by Daniel. 227 is pi. 227 is tied to the kingdoms that are going to disappear. It's tied to the number 89, which is the 24th prime number and the 11th Fibonacci number. But this is all esoteric here. But this airline just disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared. They tracked it. It lost through the radar. This was the flight path, and then it just disappeared. Right here. This is the route it took. It was supposed to be going to Vietnam, and it came up here and it made a dog leg to the left, and then military picked it up on the radar, and it disappeared right here. Out of thin air. They'd never found it. There was nothing on the black box. There was nothing. Just disappeared. So I started to decode, and this popped up right in Netflix recommended this because it was on the anniversary, because last night was the 8th, right? The night before was the 8th, and this happened, it's 9 years ago, March 8th. So of course it popped up, right? They have this thing on it. So I started to decode it, and what I did was I went right to astrology. This ain't the astrology map, but I went right to astrology. You know what I found, ladies and gentlemen? Through my methodologies. And, you know, like obviously you're just going to have to take my word for it, and I'm not saying to do that. But through my methodologies, the planet that was involved with the disappearance, 2 planets, Jupiter and Pluto, right exactly where my methodology of how I look at these charts sits. Jupiter and Pluto. That's what I found last night. And I really, honestly, to show it to the world is going to be a feat. Because then I have to show, like, the methodology, like some people people are having a hard time catching up with what I'm showing. It's like you can't tell anybody because like nobody would get it. I can see it, clearly see it, what's going on. The astrological world, the celestials are running this reality, folks. And we are entertainment. Just like I said, when you got bugs in your house, like I just was on Chad's YouTube. I was just doing Chad's podcast, which I think he's going to release tonight. And I told him about the ants. So I'm going to tell all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I have an ant colony in my building. And I feed them, you know, like they're my little pets. And I observe them. I take pictures. I do videos. I study them. And they've really taught me not to leave I can't leave anything out. I got to put shit in the refrigerator that doesn't go in the refrigerator because even when I put it in Ziploc bags, they get it. That's just crazy. They're amazing creatures. And occasionally I'll leave something out and they'll wake up and they'll be all over it. And so the other day I had left something out and I just was in one of those moods and I got pissed because they were all over my sink. Turned the water on, man. And there was the flood that God created. I was God at the time. I created this flood and all the ants got washed away. I was pissed because they were everywhere. And I regretted it a little bit because I have care and compassion for the insect world. That I did that. I regretted it. But that was me being God at the time, right there. The thing is, ladies and gentlemen, some people do that all the time. They just kill insects and they have no emotional impact, has no emotional impact to them. They could care less. Just whatever. Ooh, I don't like spiders, I'm gonna kill it. We swat mosquitoes because they bite. I don't like them either. But we're killing machines. So the reason why I'm telling you that example is for the simplicity of telling you, ladies and gentlemen, that as much as you don't care about the things you're killing on the insect level, like you don't see them, you're killing them, you're stepping on them. They're meaningless in your life. It doesn't matter if you take out a bunch of aphids on your rose bush by spraying pesticides on there and bringing a bunch of ladybugs in there so the ladybugs just munch away at the aphids. Do you even care about those aphids that you brought in, the ladybugs, to stone cold kill ladybugs, to munch away at the aphids live? Do you even pay attention? Do you have any emotional reaction towards that in nature? That's what they do in rose bushes. People that are into rose bushes. Aphids are they're going to terrorize your rose bush. What do people do? They bring in ladybugs. What do ladybugs do? They'll eat the aphids. Well, frickin' the aphids are going to be protesting. And they're going to be thinking you're the devil because you're bringing in the ladybugs to take out the aphids. Same thing with the ants. I've done it with the spiders. I take the spiders, I dump them out down on the ants. I'm playing God. And those ants are probably looking up at me and saying, that's freaking God right there. Comes in, he feeds us, takes care of the predators with the spiders once in a while. Should I be doing that? Am I not supposed to be messing around with nature? Well, folks, if I'm doing it and you're doing it unconsciously, how do you think this reality is being run and operated? You're just like an insect. You're meaningless. I know that's horrific that sounds like that. Like, I'm not meaning, I know you're not. So it's a contradiction. But if you take it into the context of what I'm saying right here, next time you walk outside, pay attention to where you're walking. Now you're consciously being God. Now you're consciously being a Jesus Christ Savior. But you're probably not going to do that because you got to get to your appointment, or you're driving in your car. Do you know how many things you kill when you drive? Drive your car? Well, I got to get to my appointment. I got to get to work. But see, you're driving down the freeway and you're driving for 30 minutes and you're constantly killing a bunch of insects. You don't pay any attention to it. What about the insects? Well, I got to get to work. My life has more meaning. Says who? Says you? Why? Because you got a job that pays you, and you got deadlines. This reality is based on death and regeneration. It's always changing. It's the now moment. It's the now moment. It's the now moment. And life, according to, thank you, Landmark. Thank you, Werner Erhard. He said it best. Life is empty and meaningless. It's meaningless. What does that mean? Well, like I said, is an ant's life meaningless to you? Is a spider's life meaningless to you? Is a ladybug's life, is the aphids that are chewing about your rose bushes, are they meaningless? You got a mice problem in your house. Are you killing the mice? Are you putting out mice traps? Are you killing them? Many of you do. Well, what about the mouse? What about their life? They got little children maybe that you just killed. Now the kids are up in the attic and they got no mom because you just squashed it with a freaking mouse trap. Did you ever think about that? Probably not. But that shit happens all the time. So what layer where do we want to draw the line here? But yeah, you're right, Ben, right? It's ethics. That's why I chose not, that's why I stopped eating animals. Like chicken, beef, and but there's gradients to that. There's gradients to that. It's just the people, it's where your ethics are at. People, they protest over in China, they're killing dogs and cats and they're eating them. Yeah, but you're wiping your ass with toilet paper and you're killing the trees. So what makes you any better? Oh, okay, but that's a tree though. The tree doesn't have feelings. How do you know? You don't know that. And it doesn't matter, when you're wiping your ass with toilet paper, you're disrupting the trees, and the trees are disrupting the soil, which disrupt the insects in the soil. Just so you can wipe your ass. Congratulations. I know, but them over there in China that are killing dogs and cats, they're the enemy. They're the devil. Not you, though. You're cool. You're safe. You're totally fine. Folks, this reality is death and regeneration, man. It just depends on what layer you're at. Be the best little devil you can be. That's why I say that. That's why I keep saying it. Okay, you can't help it. You got to have fun with this horrific reality. It's beautiful. It's horrific. It's all, everything wrapped up into one. It's everything. Yeah, Drew says, now you got me not wanting to mow my lawn. I mean, you know, someone had sent me this thing. It was like someone mowed the lawn, but they left like this square patch in the middle of the lawn with a bunch of dandelions, and they left it there because the dandelions, of course, they serve a purpose. The dandelions end up feeding the bees, which end up making honey, so you can put freaking honey in your stomach, or whatever, right? So, like, is that what we all should do? Leave the dandelions? Yeah, but I know, but I'm allergic to dandelions, and then I get allergies, and then now you suffer. Well, then you say, well, what's more important? Is my allergies and my headaches, is that more not having them, or is that more important than the honey that gets on the table at the grocery store? Like, eventually that's where it's going to end up, because the weeds and everything services everything in the long run, folks. It's inevitable. This is the way it works. So let's get back to some of your questions. That was like a long rant. All right, when you use alchemology, what is your preferred method of getting the final result, adding all the protons? Well, there are several ways of doing alchemology. What is alchemology? Alchemology is taking numerology and combining it with alchemy. Alchemy, of course, is the periodic table. So if you get like a 5, like the letter E through the English is 5, well, that would be the element boron. Boron has, there are several ways to look at boron, because boron has an average atomic mass of 10.81, but if you go look at all the isotopes of boron, it's going to have one that's most abundant. Then you have what's stable. You're going to have stable isotopes, meaning they don't decay. So you have to take those into consideration. Like when I did my decode of the vision by Daniel, I did the ones that don't decay, that are stable. But you can do it so many different ways, right? And and through these layers, you start making a sheet of all your results. So you get the average weight alchemology. Then you get the most abundant weight alchemology. Then you can get the most stable alchemology out. So it just depends. You can take your name and just do the total digits. Like Logan is 19. 19 is tied to potassium. Potassium, kalium. Potassium's average weight is 39, but its most abundant is 38. So you're going to get these bleed overs in alchemy, which is why numbers are encroaching. It's not just one number, they're going to encroach into the other one, which is where that's why the DNA has base pairs, because it's always going to be a pair. You know, I'm going to show you all something real quick here. Let me show you something really interesting. Hang on. Hang on a second. Okay. So this guy right here, which I've shown so many times, I've decoded this guy so many times. He was casted to play Lucifer on the very popular show on Netflix, Lucifer Morningstar. And you know, as I often say, he was born destined to do it. It was in his script, in his DNA. He didn't have a choice. Okay? And this is a way to, and I have this coming out in my course, but I'm going to give you a head start, all of you great decoders, right? To get a deeper meaning of who you are and why you're here. Because most numerologists, they're going to say, well, what's your full birth name? Here's his full birth name. And then keep in mind, his name is Thomas. Well, what's the twin brother of Jesus? Thomas. Now, is this guy trying to screw you over? Is he fake? Is he not real? Is he not a real human being? And, you know, what's really interesting is He's got Thomas John Ellis. He was born on November 17th. Let me just show you how dialed in this dude is. So November 17th. You're going to see that it's the 321st and the 322nd day of the year. Well, what's 322? 44 days and remain until the end of the year. Okay, so that's what this guy's working with. And then you take his name, and most numerologists are just going to take his name and they're going to go and place it into the calculator and they're going to get an outcome, which is what you should do. This is your birth certificate name. Now, instantly and automatically, you get the 57. So if I go to the periodic table and I look up the element that has the 57, it's going to be this element right here called nickel. One of them. It's going to be nickel. Nickel's most abundant atomic mass is 57.935, and nickel's called devil's copper. How about that? So you have a guy, they get casted to play the devil. And his name through Chaldean numerology is a 57. Now, if you go to the 57th element, you're going to get Lanthanum, and Lanthanum, of course, is the all-seeing eye that observes you. Means to lie hidden. And the 57, ladies and gentlemen, is tied to this right here. This movie, you remember this one? So now you have the devil, which is you, the Christ, which is you, playing the Truman Show, who is played by Jim Carrey, who has the initials of Jesus Christ. Okay? But anyway, the deeper layer to Thomas John Ellis is to get his mother's maiden name, to get the full gamma of his numerology. So you have Thomas John Ellis, and you come down, and you can't get this with everybody, but here it is. He was born in Cardiff, okay? And his mother's maiden name was Hooper. Hooper. So now we have Thomas John Ellis, and we add on Hooper, and we get the number 91. Which is tied to this element right here called protactinium, which means the first. Now, here's the crazy part, ladies and gentlemen. Why I know we live in a scripted, predestined reality is when you take the protons of protactinium, 91, and you add the 231. Let's go to the calculator. So 91 plus 231. Guess what it's going to come out to? 322. And what is November 17th? The day this guy was born? In leap years? The 322nd day of the year. 17 being the star card. The star card, 17 is the 7th prime number. 7 chakras. The star is born. I mean, do you want me to keep going? He was born in Cardiff. 51 degrees north, 3 degrees west. What is 51 and 3 equal? Using the calculator. Pretty simple math, right? 54. What's 54 tied to on the periodic table? Well, it's tied to xenon. What's xenon? The flash of creation. It's the stranger in your head. News station 54 and They Live, right? They Live. What was the news station that was broadcasting the hypnotic trance to keep you buy, consume, obey? Buy, consume, obey. Cable 54, right? Cable 54, and it was all tied into religion. Cable 54, the television, and it's xenon, the stranger in your head, okay? Tied to Lucifer. The 131 is really big because if you go to numerology, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. Who said this? Well, Mr. Walsh, not Walsh, what's his name? Pink Floyd. 1973, Dark Side of the Moon. 1973, Dark Side of the Moon. Right here, this album. Right? So who wrote it? Who wrote that song, ladies and gentlemen? Dark Side of the Moon. Come all the way down. All this stuff has merit to it. It all has decoding. Look at how much information is here. 9. Roger Waters. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. Roger Waters. You take his name right here and you put it into the numerology output, you get 65. You take the 65, you put it into the golden ratio, which is tied to the sun, which is tied to the sun broadcasting its hypnotic trance. It appears at the 29th decimal digit. And you go right back. What's the name of the song that he wrote? Brain Damage. 29. Oh, you think this is an accident? You think I'm trying to fit a square peg in a round hole? You think his mind was his own, folks? No. This is the xenon bulb right here. This is Earth, which is what this guy is linked to, which is Lucifer, the light bringer. Well, what is this right here? It's the movie. There's a light in here to create the movie, the motion picture. Okay? Tied to Lucifer, tied to Jesus. 17 is the 7th prime number. It's the star card. I mean, folks, that's in real time now. Oh, shit, whoops. Hold on. Hang on, folks. Stupid thing. Hang on. My thing died. Hold on, folks. All right, let's see if I can get the connection back. There we go. Okay. There we go. Whew. All right, well, folks, see, that was in real-time decoding right there. See how that's how easy it is once you know what you're looking for. But you can see how important the knee name, your mother's maiden name, is when it comes to your name, past the birth certificate name, your first, middle, and last name if you got a middle name. So you can clearly see Thomas John Ellis. I'm sure he's an amazing person. I wish one day I could talk to him and show him this stuff. He was coded, he was scripted to play Lucifer. Wales, Cardiff, where he was born. 54 is his total latitude, longitude. 54 is Xenon, the stranger in your head. Xenon bulbs to make the movie. Lucifer, Morningstar tied to the light bringer. Light is what makes and creates this reality. Can you start to see how this... Anyway, folks, it's just so hilarious. Roger Waters, stranger in my head. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. 131 is the 32nd prime number. O.J. Simpson wore the number 32 throughout his entire career, from high school all the way up to professional. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. When you go read about O.J. Simpson, which I decoded, he said, I blacked out. I don't remember. Because your mind's not your own. That's why. You get taken over, maybe, at that point, by maybe a demon or something. Who knows? Kirk is asking me, Logan, if you were allergic to wasps and you had a big wasp nest at your front door, would you kill it or let it kill you? I would take it out. I would remove it, of course. What's more important, me or the wasp nest? Well, think about it. If your life is on the line, are you just going to sit there and let somebody stab you? Well, you're going to run like hell. So there's going to be some variations in this whole philosophical idea here. So of course I remove it. If you're allergic and you're going to die, of course. Like I could put ant traps out in this place and I could get rid of the ants. I could do it and kill them all. And then I wouldn't have to worry about leaving them. Then I could just leave my food out when I want. I don't have to do like the certain things that they do to keep me in check. I could do that. But you see, I make lemonade out of it. I realize like you make my place more tidier because I don't leave shit out because of the ants. So I allow them to live without them encroaching upon my life. They teach me some things. But it's a little different with a wasp nest though. That's different. Your life is threatened. It's like kind of like if you see a shark in the water, do you stay in the water or do you hightail it to shore? You hightail it to shore probably. Your instincts kick in. Would you enter a water filled with piranhas? That's the same question you're asking me here about this wasp nest. Of course you wouldn't. Kirk says, level of consciousness, the plants are at a different stage than the animals and human at a different stage. Absolutely. Everything's all gradients here. But where do you draw the line? Where do you make the decision to draw the line? You know, think of it this way from a real logical, critical thinking perspective. Okay? Because I've postulated this so much. Oh my God, so much. If human beings don't kill cows, what will? What is the cow? What was the cow? Think about, like, why was the cow created? Now take away your emotions, take away the slaughterhouses and the inhumane way of killing animals. I want you to remove that from this postulation here. What is the purpose of a cow? Why is it so big? All it does is eat grass. What does it do? It doesn't go out and have carnivals. It doesn't go around and create amusement parks. It doesn't have the ability to go shopping. It sleeps, it eats, it poops. That's the existence of a cow, to summarize it. Yeah, you can be near one. I get all compassionate when I see people, like bringing them to fairs and bathing them and clipping them and, combing them and making them a show cow and all that. Yeah, that's totally amazing. I get compassionate about that as well. But let's just go really deep here. What is the purpose of a cow? Why was it created? And what's the natural predator of the cow? And if you remove all human beings off the board and there are no more human beings, is that going to be the end of cows being killed? Will that be the end of pigs being killed? Will chickens no longer be killed if you remove humans from the board? Will there no more fish? Fish will no longer die because humans are going to be no more on the plane of existence. Well, no. The answer is no. There will always be something to kill it. So if it's not man or woman being the predator to kill the prey, such as the cow, the pig, the sheep, the lamb, the goat, the fish, it's going to be something else that's going to do it. People don't use critical thinking. And I'm not using this to justify saying, well, you should go out and be a meat eater, because I'm not one. I'm not saying that. But I'm simply asking you to ponder this aspect here. What is a cow made for? And then you start looking at, like vaccines. Go study the word vaccine. Edward Jenner, who created the first one, I decoded that guy. He was being used to create that from the cow. The vaccine comes from the word vaca. Starts with the letter V. V is the 22nd letter in the alphabet. There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. Start to use critical thinking now, folks, because it's all connected here. And you'll start to get a bigger picture of how this reality works. It's not all glitz and glamour. It's not all beautiful. It's not all care and compassion. It's death and regeneration here. That's what this reality is completely based upon. It's the moving in the new to get rid of the old. Same thing with your cars. You get a new car, you trade it in, or you bring it to the junkyard, you get a new one, or you get a used one. Those of you that have new cars, why'd you buy a new car? I wanted a new car. Why'd you want the new car? Well, there are various reasons. But eventually that new car you bought, that you have all like, oh my God, I have this new car, this pride of ownership. You'll drive it around for 3 to 6 months. Look at me, you'll get compliments. Oh, a nice car. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. And you'll get all these makes you feel good because you got a new car, smells good. Everything works, doesn't break down. There's no stains, no coffee stains in the coffee mug area. Everything's beautiful with it. And then over time, which is Satan the devil, time is the devil, you're going to have coffee cup stains. You're going to rip the seat. You're going to have rips in the carpet. There's going to be dirt everywhere. There's going to be oil stains in places. Something's going to crack in the dashboard. Something's not going to work. The engine light's going to come on. That's the devil. That's time. That's what time does. And eventually over time, you're going to put hundreds and thousands of miles in the car. And then one day you're going to say, you know what? I need a new car because I'm tired of this one. This one breaks down all the time. I've sunk all this money into it. The shocks are gone. I got to replace those. I'm not going to do it. So you either donate it, you put it in the junkyard and you sell it for parts, or you sell it to somebody on the secondary market, third party, and you go buy a new car. And now you're back to the new again. That's exactly how this reality works, ladies and gentlemen. We get a new age that comes in, brand new car. Golden age. Everything's amazing. There's no evil in the world. It's all been removed. There's no decay. There's no limitations. There's no restrictions. And then over time, as more and more players get on the board, people start arguing, debating. I don't like it the way you do it. Oh, you don't like it. You suck. Oh, you're wrong. You're this and you're that. And then all of a sudden you start having more decay, more decay, more decay. Next thing you know, through all this time of these ages, you move into the dark age of that age. And now you get a lot of decay. Now you get a lot of crazy stuff that, oh my God, I can't even believe this stuff's happening. Why would people be doing this? I would never do something like that. And now the job of the decay is to remove the deadwood, to make way for the death is the removal through these ages. 13. Just like a new car to a used car to a new car. 13. This is necessary to make way for a new age, for a new world. Some of you wait till this happens to your car. It just completely just gives up on you. And you're like, oh my God, I'm so tired of this car. And you're like, oh my God, I got enough money to get a new one. And you're so pumped. Because the car died. It's dead. Well, what do you think? What the divine looks at this reality? Which it just may be a dream anyway. Life is but a dream. But it goes from golden age to dark age. And then it repeats. Baby, senior citizen, death, repeat. That's it. And we complicate it with all these other things like, oh, my way's the right way. No, my religion's the right way. No, God's got to be worshipped this way. And all these constructs. And it just, there used to be one religion, now there's over 10,000. Why are there over 10,000? Because we're seemingly in the dark age. Thanks, Stephen, for adding all the websites. So Kia says the song, which I'm assuming, which is Brain Damage, you're talking about Sid Barrett, who was the original lead singer of Pink Floyd. And most definitely, if that's what Waters was saying and describing. But you see, these songs, I believe, which I've decoded so many, right? Jailhouse Rock by Elvis Presley. And, like they have more meanings than just what the author is going to say. Take, for example, I'll show all of this. Since I'm kind of on this here, let me show you. I'm thinking about decoding this, but hold on. And this ties right into Lucifer. Now remember, Thomas John Ellis, let me show you this. I just showed this to you, but let me show you now real quick. So remember that Thomas John Ellis, Hooper, his last mother's maiden name is Hooper, was 91. Okay? So then there was this song that came out, not that one. This album right here came out in 1991 called called The Black Album by Metallica. 1991 it came out. Okay. Thomas John Ellis Hooper, who played Lucifer, 91 in his numerology. This album comes out in 1991. It's a mirror of one another. And the big song, besides Enter Sandman, which means enter hell, is Sad But True. Song number 2. Okay, this song, Sad But True. Go study the lyrics. Now I know that James Hetfield's going to tell you what he wrote the song for, but there's always more than one meaning. And you go study these lyrics. And I don't know, why do I not have this? Right here. Here is the light using you, telling you that it's using you so it can experience its own creation. I'm your life. I'm the one who takes you there. I'm the one who cares. I'm your only true friend. They'll betray you. I'm forever there. I'm your dream. I make you real. I'm your eyes when you must steal. I'm your pain when you can't feel. Sad but true. You're my mask. You're my cover, my shelter. What do you think that means, folks? Your body is the mask for the spirit inside of you. Do my dirty work, scapegoat. This is all telling you, which they have so many albums, Ride the Lightning, and they've Master of Puppets. This band has been the new age way to tell you that you're being used to experience this game of life. I'm inside. Open your eyes. I'm you. How much more do you need to see? To see what's going on here, folks. 1991, the album comes out, Lucifer, played by Thomas John Ellis Hooper, 91 in numerology. Hello, it's obvious. So easy to see this, folks. That's why there's no reason to argue about, I think it's this or I think it's that. Great, because I think it's this and I think it's that. I'm not here to coerce you and force you, but I'm showing you my support. I'm showing you the support for my truth. Then you can do whatever the hell it is you want to do with it. I don't wake up in your shoes every day. I'm not a star in your movie. You're the star in your movie. Go check out my Thomas Decoded. I decoded the word Thomas. If your name is Thomas, Thomas the Tank, the Train. Thomas is the twin brother of Jesus. Thomas the Tank. Thomas Jefferson. How many Thomases? Thomas Edison, who created the light bulb, light. Come on, folks. Thomas this and Thomas that, light and the light bringer and Lucifer. Is it starting to make sense to you now? I hope so. This reality is a freaking scripted joke. It's for fun. We're going to be like kids again. All right, what time is it? All right. So going back to this flight thing, TT's asking me, Flight 370, which I showed, there's a documentary on Netflix, you can watch it. How did Jupiter, because I showed how Jupiter, I don't know how Jupiter made the flight go missing. I'm not sure. How does anything happen in this reality? Well, it's through the mind. So whoever was on that plane or directed that plane obviously it was supposed to go missing. And where did it go? I don't know. It's mysteriously not in the ocean. They comb the thing like 9,700 square miles or something like that, based upon the last, however it is they found. It was like 9,700 square miles, nautical miles or something like that. They went underwater, everything, couldn't find anything on that plane. Astrologically, Jupiter and Pluto had its hand in it. The stars above, that's what had its hand in it. Just like 9/11. Man carried it out, yes, but they're ruled over by they're all MK Ultra'd. I got a brand new decode on that using Chinese astrology with Vedic astrology. And I can tell you straight up, ladies and gentlemen, right now, at 8:48 a.m. on September 11th, the astrological map, where was Jupiter? In the sign of Gemini. And what is Gemini? The two twins. And what are the two twins representing? The two twin towers. And what is Gemini? The third sign. And what's the third sign in Chinese? The tiger. What is the tiger in the cosmology? What's the only planet that got stripes on it? Jupiter. I'd show it to you now, but I don't remember where I got it. I'm gonna do a short little decode on it, but using Chinese astrology. Jason Mayer, you're both 55. Well, I mean, what does 55 mean? So I'll tell you, 55 is tied to your blood, because iron, the 26th element, has got a weight of 55.935. So iron, which is in your blood, which is essential for your blood, which is essential for oxygen to get to your heart so you can be a human being, is tied to the 55. So iron is 26. 26 is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, which is tied to the En Sof, which is tied to Allah, which is tied to Yaldabaoth, which is tied to Jesus, Lucifer, the whole shebang. Shiva, the Brahma, Vishnu, all that. And then 55 is tied to cesium. Cesium on the periodic table is tied to the atomic clocks. Atomic. Then go study what that means. In the great show Dark on Netflix, what made time travel possible? Cesium-132, 55. 5 is the identity of the sun. 55 is a double identity, right? It's a magnification of that. Well, what's the 55th card on in the cards of illumination in the tarot? Well, let me get it right here and tell you. Right here. 55th card in the tarot deck is the 5 of Swords. Another 5. This card right here, ladies and gentlemen. This card right here is the birth card of Satoshi Nakamoto. And Satoshi Nakamoto, wait a minute, hold on, let me just double check that. No, he's at 3 of spades. I'm sorry. His name numerology is 55. Excuse me. He's at 3 of spades. Let me just double check something. Yeah. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Take that back. The Genesis, the Bitcoin, when it was first released, the first release of Bitcoin. So check the synchronicity out. And you got to make the determination of where you think this reality is going. 55 is tied to our blood through iron. Iron is 26. Iron's atomic mass is 55. 55 is tied to our blood. The 55th card in the deck is this one right here, the 5 of Swords. 5 of Spades. 5 of Spades is card 44. The word transhumanism equals 44. Cryptocurrency is tied to transhumanism. What is transhumanism going to look like? I don't know. We're not there yet. Will it happen? I don't know. But January 9th of when Bitcoin was first established, when it first got released, was this card. This card right here is tied to Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. And this card right here is like, you know, the people in the background, they're throwing their swords down like, I don't want to play anymore. But this has so many meanings, right? Because this can mean defeated as well. 55 is tied to cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. And I mean, Satoshi Nakamoto had the 3 of spades, which is 42, which is tied to life, the universe, everything. So are we moving towards that? I guess we'll find out. I mean, I had anemia, folks. I had an iron deficiency. My life path is 26, which is iron. Do I think AI knows everything that we're talking about. Every time I speak, AI is collecting it. Every time we post videos, AI is collecting it. Every time you like your favorite music, AI is collecting it. Every time you watch your favorite cooking show, AI is collecting it. Every time you type your information in the internet, AI is collecting it. Every number, letter, symbol, every idea that you post, AI is collecting it, has been collecting it. It's inevitable. So like artificial intelligence, all it means is the computer. The first commercial computer is housed in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Philadelphia sits at 39 degrees north, 75 degrees west. 39 and 75 are both numbers of Lucifer. So where's light going? Into the computer. The movie is going into the computer. Quantum is 27. Heaven is 27. Thalamus is 27. Are we just going to go quantum? Is that where we're going in this reality? The last nakshatra in sidereal astrology is Ravati, which is in the sign of Pisces. Yeah, Jason, I mean, look, you know, the most important thing that I can tell you from a health standpoint here for all of you watching this is make sure you get your blood tested every 6 months. You know, I'm going to get mine tested again in 2 weeks. I don't have to, but I'm going to. Because that's my map. That's my guide to tell me what kind of adjustments I should probably be making. Many of you haven't done a blood panel in years. What are you waiting for? It's a couple $100. $100. Tupac Shakur, I started to decode him a little bit. Let me see. I'll just get on the fly. I'll tell you what I can tell you about him. Yeah, he's got the ace of diamonds. Tupac Shakur's got the Ace of Diamonds, card 27. We've been talking about the 27 a lot tonight. 27 is the number tied to the word heaven, the word tied to the word thalamus, which is where heaven is at. Heaven's in your brain and the soul below. So when you have an influencer on the world stage like Tupac, he comes down, he incarnates, could be spirit incarnating into him, and then it says, hey, I want to be a rapper, and I want to be a high-level rapper. So it incarnates into Tupac. He has all these ideas. Where do you think these ideas are coming from? He writes them down on paper, coming from the supernatural. And then he is the instrument to sing the songs. He gets all the credit for it, but it's really supernatural. Using him as the instrument to create the music. No, that's not a bad thing. Like, you know, like I said, I did a podcast with Chad on, what's his YouTube channel? Something Your Reality. Darn, Chad, I'm sorry I don't remember. But anyway, I had said on his podcast, I said that, I just lost my train of thought. Give me 1 second. Used. I can't remember. Shucks. Okay. What to look for in a blood test. It's very simple with blood tests, folks. It's not as complicated as you think. You get a blood panel done, you want to get the full spectrum, right? Your red blood cell, white blood cell, the basics, your cholesterol, your HDL, your LDL, your triglycerides, that'll probably all come in one package. But then you want to check other things as well. Maybe you want to check your vitamin B12 levels if you're vegan. Maybe you want to check your iron levels. And then if you're a male and you're over a certain, age, like over 50, maybe you want to check your testosterone levels. Maybe your testosterone's low. Like if your energy's low, your testosterone could be low. There may be a reason for that. But then all you do, once you get the blood panel, once they mail it to you, and you can easily get these third party, you don't even got to go to a doctor. If you're in the United States, you can just go on a third party website, say, just type in blood tests, and you can go to like a lab in your area, you pay for it, you just show up, they draw your blood, you get your results via email. Once you get the lab results, it's going to show you exactly what the ranges are of these areas in your blood. And if something's out of range, it'll show you. It'll tell you out of range, or it'll say high or low. And then all you got to do is go look that up. The abbreviation will tell you what it means and what the possibilities are, why that is that way. It's not that difficult. You don't need a doctor to read a blood panel. It's very easy to do. The internet is your best friend, trust me. It's very simple to read a blood panel. Really simple. Like, what is your HDL level supposed to be? For a healthy male, healthy female, you get the number, and then you look at your blood panel, and if you're in the range and next to that number, you're good. But if you're way out of range, it should say high or low, and then you look at the average range, like, oh shit, my freaking HDL is out of whack. Now, how do you fix the HDL? Type it in. How to correct your HDL, and you find some protocols. It's not that hard, folks. It's really simple. With the internet, man, you could be a freaking healthy person again. All right, let's see, what time is it? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna end this transmission here in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you coming here. I'm gonna shuffle my tarot card deck. Let's do a collective card reading. Let's see what the future's holding for us. Let's see what kind of energy is coming down the pike here for all of us. As I did last week, the week before, I'm gonna do my best to interpret the cards. I may actually start doing tarot readings for every single zodiac sign. I'm really considering it for the average energy of whatever zodiac sign you are. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here. It could have been anywhere tonight, or see some of you. It's we got the UK in the house. All of you great people. I used to live in London, not in London, but I used to live when I was in the military. I lived over in Peterborough, Cambridgeshire area. Loved it. 3 years I spent over in England. Loved every minute of it. Amazing place. You know, it's so interesting because, you know, of the latitude, longitude of London, 51 degrees, 51's tied to the all-seeing eye and the brain. And it's just so interesting. That whole area, London, that, you know, that country, just Europe as a whole. Silvana, you're a Pisces, awesome. Well, everybody's a Pisces. What do you mean, Silvana? Everybody's got Pisces in them. You mean you're a Pisces sun, moon, you got Mercury there, you got Jupiter there, Saturn there? What do you mean? Oh, you're in the UK. Okay, cool. Awesome. Miami, Florida. Love Miami. All of you great people that from the city of Miami. If I was in the U.S., if I went back to the U.S., I was like, where am I going to go? I probably would go like that, because that's very similar to the weather. I'm a weather person, so I love Miami's weather, just like here in Mexico. Okay. SoCal in the house. California. Love it, man. That's my Southern California. My favorite place in the world, Orange County. Orange County, my favorite place. If I like to live anywhere, Orange County, baby. Best place in the world, in my opinion. I've been all over the world. The only place I haven't been to Italy, so I haven't been to Greece. I haven't been to Egypt. I haven't been to Japan. But of all the places I've lived, Orange County is the creme de la creme. It's the best place, I think. It's got amazing weather, amazing shopping. Everything's new, beautiful. Got the mountains. It's awesome. Vegas is pretty awesome. I like Vegas too, if you can stand the heat. Huntington Beach, love Huntington Beach. OC is if you were born in OC, man, you were like, that's a gift. If you were born in California, Ojai, California, another favorite spot of mine. Tucson in the house. Tucson, Arizona. Love Arizona too. John Wayne Airport, great airport, man. The United States of America is the official Garden of Eden. Like Jordan and I are going to talk about this, but I confirmed it. If you haven't watched this whole presentation or this whole transmission, go check it out, because I showed how Egypt is overlaid onto St. Louis, Missouri. So, check out, go backtrack and look, and you'll see the United States is the new modern day Egypt. Wisconsin in the house. Cold as shit. I'm born and raised, I was raised in Connecticut, and I just I had plenty of digs in the snow, man. I had fun when I skied, but no thanks. I'll take tropical weather any day of the week. Like, tomorrow will be, 80, 85 here. It's been stellar weather here in the Caribbean. Weather is everything to me. I'm a sun worshiper, born on a Sunday. How about you? What day were you born on? Does that have any significance in your code? It should be. Everything in your life has code, folks. What was your high school mascot? What was the name of your school? Who opened your school? Who was the founders of your school? What's the address numerology of your school? What about the hospital you were born in? What's the phone number of your hospital broken down? All this stuff is code, man, in your reality. Taco Tuesday, Jason, thanks, man. I appreciate that. New Jersey in the house. Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I've shuffled the cards a million times now. Well, maybe not a million, but yeah, you got good weather. It was like in the 90s, Maya, I heard, huh? My friends in Miami were telling me it's like really warm, so you must be getting that. It's been amazing weather for the past month here in Mexico. Like here where I live, man, it's heaven. I mean, you definitely have, you know, the third world feel to it sometimes with the smells and the sanitation, but the sun shines, the skies out, the birds, the animals. It's heavenly. It's just heavenly here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let's see what we can get here. I did like 3 cards. I did extensions upon the 3 cards last week, so I'm gonna kind of do the same thing here. So I'm going to do the bottom of the deck, the middle of the deck, the top of the deck. I'm still kind of cutting these here until I stop. Well, let's see what's coming down the pike for our reality. Now, last week or 2 weeks ago, we had the Queen of Swords, I think, in there. So it was a lot of clarity coming up. I know what it means personally for me, but really what it matters is the interpretation of what you see. It's challenging to interpret the cards based upon, you know, an individual basis here, but really let's tap into the collective here and let's see what's coming down the pike. Okay. So we're going to do the bottom of the deck. So that's it. Bottom of the deck to the middle of the deck to top of the deck. So at the bottom of the deck, I don't do reverses. So it just makes it easy. We got the 4 swords. So see, when I read tarot cards, I don't just read the actual interpretation, what the symbolism is of the card, what the picture is. What is the number of the card? Does that have any significance? Many times it does. It always will if you're willing to look deep into what this card means. Is the 4 of spades. This is tied to Hollywood. If you're not in the United States, well, you watch movies, right? A lot of the movies are made in Hollywood. See, this is the dreamer. This is the card of the dreamer. And this reality may in fact be just the dream of the cosmos. Everything around us is just a dream. I did a decode on it. Life is but a dream, which equals the number 50. In God we trust is 50. 50 is tied to Jupiter. Jupiter's got the great red spot on it. Great red spot is 48. Tree of life is 48. Is Jupiter just having a dream? Is that why it's the biggest planet? Is it harvesting our souls? Jupiter ascending. The Wachowskis talked about that stuff. But anyway, here's the bottom of the deck, the 4 of swords. And this is card number 54. As fate would have it, I've been showing Lucifer. Xenon's tied to Lucifer. Xenon is the bulb, the stranger in your head. It's tied to Hollywood, like coming up with the ideas. So the tarot is saying, okay, new ideas, the dreamer. We got a new dream coming in maybe. So let's see, let's extend upon that. Now we're going to go to the middle of the deck. I'm going to do this in real time now. I mean, look at that. We had the 9 of cups, but let's just go. And I'm going to try to get the middle as best as I can. There it is. And then I'm going to pull the card up. And what do we have? We get the Page of Cups. Page of Cups. What card number is this? 47. 47. 47 is tied to the Tetragrammaton. 47 is tied to Washington, D.C., White House, Georgetown. 47 is 47 in numerology. But what does this mean? Well, inside that cup is a fish, and that's you. And what's the individual holding it? That's God. 47 is the 15th prime number. 15 is tied to the devil, which is light. That little fish in the cup, now we have a connection. The dreamer and the dreaming is like, I got a new fish in my cup. It's a new beginning. Okay? The fish is you in that cup. That's you. 47. That's why that's why adding these layers of alchemy into this. The 47th element is silver. Silver is tied to the Silver City. If you go watch the show Lucifer, he was the Silver City. He was going to rule over the Silver City. What's the Silver City? Well, silver is the most electrical element on the periodic table. The most electrical element on the periodic table is silver. This is tied to it. That's the little fish. You're electrical. And then you got to bring in the other element, which is magnetic. And magnets and electric, now you get the electromagnetic universe. So that's what we're starting off with, a bang. There it is, right there. All right. And then we're gonna go to the top of the deck. The top, this side. And we're gonna flip a card up. And we're gonna see what we get. Oh, we got the world card. Card 21. 21's tied to the word love. 21's tied to the word enter. So this is the end of the beginning of this. So we have the new dream, the dreamer. And the dreamer is like, I got a new fish in my cup. So this is a new entire dream, a new Hollywood movie coming down the pike, because at the end of it all, we got the world card. And the world card, when you get this in a reading, I mean, this either means the completion of a cycle or the beginning of a new one. So when you add them all together, when you bring them all together, there they are. Starting on your right, we have the dreamer. The dreamer collects a new fish, which is a brand new beginning, and then at the end is the world. So we got it. And this is what the cards have been saying 2 weeks ago and a week before that. It was all saying new beginning, new beginning, new beginning, new beginning coming in. But let's clarify these. Let's go a little deeper. Let me spread these out here. Let's clarify them. All right, so let's clarify the Page of Cups, right? So we're going to clarify this card right here. Like, what does the fish mean, really? Can we extend upon that fish? We know that we have the dreamer. We got the dream of the cosmos. It's dreaming up a new Hollywood movie, a new idea. And inside this cup is the idea, the fish. So let's extend upon that. Like, what does that look like? Let's get some clarification on that Page of Cups, right? So I'm just going to do my finger dance tap on the cards here, and I'm just going to pull randomly whatever card here. And just like that, we get the Seven of Pentacles. Card number 71, and 71's tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. So we have the dreamer, and we have the dreamer having a brand new fish in the cup, and the brand new fish in the cup has been analyzed and figured out exactly what it wants right here. So it's very distinct here. This Seven of Pentacles is saying that whatever's in that cup is extremely defined, because it has done the work on analyzing exactly what needs to be corrected, what needs to be brought down into this reality. 71 is the 20th prime number. 20 is calcium. 20 is tied to the word duality, tied to the word birthday, tied to the word matter, spirit into matter. They're all 20. So it's analyzed its matter, and then the clarification is that it's very defined in that cup. It's exactly what it wants. Let's clarify the world. Now we're going to clarify the world card. What is the outcome here on the world? What is the world going to look like? Is this a new world? Is this going to be a revised world? What is the whole entire world concept here? You got the 4 fixed signs of astrology, the ox, lion, eagle, man, creating the X. This obviously has also the DNA on it. There's an X that forms over the top of that Stargate right there, which forms our DNA. 1952, Rosalind Franklin took the first picture, the image of the DNA, which formed the letter X. But let's look and see what exactly the clarification is on this world card here. We're going to do the finger tap dance here. We're going to pull a card, and we're going to get the world card here. And just like that, we get the Two of Pentacles. This is card, this is card number 66. This right here, this card is not only, okay, so the latitude, longitude of Bethlehem, the city of the Christ's birthday, is 31 degrees north, 35 degrees east. 31 and 35 is 66. This right here is tied to Jesus Christ, okay? This card right here is going to show you, this is your Kundalini. You see those two discs that juggler's holding up? That's the Ida and the Pingala. These are the two serpents, the caduceus. This is what it means to be a human being. In the cards of illumination, it's going to be the Two of Diamonds, which is card 28, and 28's tied to Lucifer. So that's why Jesus and Lucifer are tied right together. Card 66, tied to dysprosia, meaning hard to get. So now we have the world is now created, and what is the world created by? A brand new Kundalini here. Now, obviously, you could say, well, it means that you're multitasking, you're juggling things, et cetera, but you're seeing that the world card is tied right to that juggling, but it's tied to the DNA. Ben, are you randomly pulling these cards? Yeah, I'm randomly pulling them. I'm showing you right live, right now. I'm not cherry picking these. I'm doing them exactly. I'm pulling them right from the deck randomly, just like I always do. Like I'm being used to pull this to give you the message. Let's clarify the dreamer. Now we're going to clarify the first card here. The beginning stages of this is this Four of Swords. Let's pull a card here. Do the finger tap dance. So what's the Four of Swords? What does that mean? The beginning stage, the dreamer. What's the dream? What's the extension of the dream, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to pull a card. We're going to go right here. And we're going to pull, and there we, let's just make it more complex. This is card number 40. The Four of Hearts. See, this card, when you look at it, you see the three cups in front of that individual? And the individual is going to represent God. The three cups are like, okay, I've played that game, I've played that game, I've played that game, I'm kind of bored. That's why the energy of this is like closed off. And then the cup comes flying in and it says, well, what about this game? And the individual's like, oh, I don't know if I want to play that. I'm like, oh God, I've played this game so many freaking times. I don't know if I want to play it again. This is card number 40. You know what's tied to the number 40? Westworld. The world of Westworld. 40 is tied to zirconium, which is death and regeneration, represented by the scarab beetle. 40 is the weight of calcium, which is the 20th element tied to our bones and teeth. So you can see that now the dreamer is rather bored. The dreamer's like, do I want to take this new energy coming in? Like, what am I going to do with this? I'm going to clarify this more here. I'm going to go one deeper with this right here. What is that Four of Cups? Like, okay, what's the decision going to be based upon the dream of the cosmos? I think this is the dream of the cosmos here, but let's see the Four of Cups. What is the Four of Cups representing here? Is it going to take the cup? What is the outcome going to be after the cup is either thrown away or is it going to be taken? Let's see. Let's get a card here. So we get the Queen of Pentacles, and this is card number 77. So this is tied to Hotel California. This is tied to the body, the temple. Obviously, the Pentacles represents us. And when you add it to these three, to clarify, these three, right here, you get the dreamer, and then maybe, do I want to make a decision on what I want to do? And then the Queen of Pentacles is tied to us, mankind. But it's tied to the Queen. And the Queen of Pentacles, ladies and gentlemen, is tied to the 38 in the Cards of Illumination. 38 is tied to mind control. 38 is tied to Manchurian Candidate. The Queen of Diamonds, it's called the Red Queen. But it's also tied to Pentacles, which is tied to man and woman, but it's the Queen that runs that. So we have finances here, obviously, because it's the Pentacle, right? So we can't leave that out. I'm going to get one more clarifier on that, on the Queen of Pentacles, because I want to, that's very vague right here. What's the Queen of Pentacles talking about here? What is the Queen of Pentacles talking about here on the end of this here? The last card. Look at the Queen of Cups. Two queens, bam, just like that. So now we have a pair of queens. And the Queen of Cups is tied to the Queen of Air through the tarot. So obviously the queen is the queen bee. We have a new queen. It seems like we have a new queen coming in. The dream is kind of, it's like it's bored, or it's been there, done that, but it's definitely saying that we have a new queen at the helm. And we service the queen. We service the queen. And the queen has made the determination what it's going to give birth to, which is in that cup. And it's made that decision after careful consideration from the Seven of Pentacles, which is what light is before it moves into matter. And then the end result is going to be a brand new world and a brand new us through DNA. But let's get one more clarification on the Two of Pentacles, and we're going to wrap this thing up here. So can you clarify the Two of Pentacles? What does the Two of Pentacles mean based upon the outcome of this world card, either the ending of a cycle or the beginning of a new age? Well, what does that say? Two of Pentacles. Let's go grab a card here. And then we get the Seven of Swords. This is tied to our DNA. This is card number 57. So see, the numbers are so valuable beyond just the message when you have all these other layers attached to it. So this is the Truman Show right here. So this card right here through the tarot, many tarot card readers are like, oh shit, there it is. You got deception. Because they're going to say this is deception, but it has a other meaning because both these cards have a liability and an asset to it. It has a yin and a yang. So on the dark side, it's deception. But on the flip side, it's strategy. But it has a number attached to it, which is 57. And what is 57 tied to? The Truman Show. Stairway to Heaven is 57. 57 is Lantana. 57 is tied to the Flower of Life through the 11 Sephiroths. All 11 Sephiroths, including Da'at, when you break it down through its numerology in the original Hebrew, is 50 frickin' 7, and there it is. So what is this telling? What is this saying here? The interpretation of these three cards right here. We have a new world coming in, a brand new DNA, and it's going to be and the Seven of Swords is a brand new Truman Show. That's what it's saying right here. And the new Truman Show is obviously, there's us, the fish in the cup. After careful analyzation by the supernatural, and maybe the supernatural is waking up. But the Seven of Swords is the Seven of Spades, the Seven of Spades in the cards of illumination, which is right here. So we converted it into the Seven of Spades. I know this is a lot of layers. There's maybe a lot to take in as I go through this. But the Seven of Spades, if you watched my DNA decoded, right there, it's tied to our DNA. Because DNA, the two base pairs, adenine, cytosine, it equals 106. 106 is tied to the number 46 through palladium. This is it, 46. And this Seven of Spades is the Seven of Swords. So I can clearly interpret this here. What I think it means is that this is talking about, and this is kind of reforming what happened 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks ago, I had interpreted the cards as to where I feel that some of us are getting DNA upgrades here. That's one side of it. And then the other side of it, of course, is that, the game is going to completely change. The game's going to completely change. To what extent, I guess we'll find out. But when the world card comes in, that's like the end of a cycle, the beginning of a new one. And then you have the new Jesus Christ Superstar experience. The Kundalini rises up. This represents the Kundalini. And then at the end of the Kundalini is the Tree of Life, which is tied to the Truman Show, which is this one right here. Now we have new strategy maybe, and you got to watch out for deception, right? Because deception is like decay or pathogens. It's there to challenge you. That's what its job is. So when somebody says, oh, you deceived me, or you lied to me, and then you think of it like as a bad thing, it's teaching you something. That's all deception is. It teaches you something. It's a teacher. When you get sick, the bacteria, pathogens, whatever's in your body, it's teaching you something. Well, this is definitely a card of deception, yeah, but it's also a card of strategy. So maybe you need to change your strategy here. I'm going to get one more card for the overall outlook for the message of this entire group. I'm going to shuffle this deck one time. I had the Fool card in the very bottom. But let's find out one last message here for everybody here, the entire world, all 12 zodiac signs, all your birthdays, all your names, everything under this dome here. All this stuff that we just got here as a message. What is the clarifier for every single one of us? What's like the ultimate message here with everything that's going on here? We're going to pull from the middle of the deck. Well, there it is. It's the 65th card in the deck. Folks, wow. The Ace of Pentacles. Here's the gift coming in. You got a gift coming in. This is new energy. This could be a new transmission of energy. This could be a DNA upgrade. This is card 65. 65 is tied to terbium. Terbium has the compact disc. We're writing in, this is a new age coming in. This is a new energy coming in. Are you ready for it? Have you stopped doing the blame game? Have you turned off the dirty laundry? This is the card that follows the King of Spades. This card in the tarot, card 65. 65 is tied to heaven because this is the 27th card in the cards of illumination. The word heaven equals 27. The word thalamus equals 27. We have a new gift coming in, a brand new gift to your brain. You may get a DNA upgrade, or maybe we're just changing completely. Who knows? Maybe the physical body will be eliminated off this board and none of us will have to worry about it anymore. I don't know. I know that's pretty horrific, right? But you're not designed to live forever, folks. Neither am I. Nobody is. Eventually, you will face death at some point. But this right here, man, is a beautiful ending to this beginning here. So the beginning card was the dreamer. And the dreamer, the cosmos is dreaming up a brand new idea. And this was the message right here. Like, use your instincts, use your mind, turn off the dirty laundry. See, if your mind is geared towards the static on the world stage, if you're paying attention to their movie, you're not going to get your gift. You got to turn that crap off. It's crap to me, but it's not crap to them because that's their movie. I'm not interested in their movie. They ain't interested in mine. Those people on the world stage that are doing the mainstream stuff, they are not interested in what I got to say. They don't care. They don't even know I exist. The only thing that matters is your movie, not theirs. So the gift, I can tell you right now, go study, go type in Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, which is the Ace of Diamonds, which is card 27. Those of you who have the 27th birthday, and I'll say you're tied, the word tied to the word currency. Thalamus, heaven. You got the Truman Show right here, Stairway to Heaven. This is tied to heaven, right? Simultaneously, back to back, right there. So the final card to summarize this all was the Ace of Pentacles, the gift. Be grateful for your life. Be grateful for your life, man. Gratitude's key. Gratitude supersedes love. Supersedes it. When you're grateful for everything around you. Yeah, it's going to be subordinate. It may be underneath the context of love, but gratitude's where it's at. Gratitude supersedes every other emotion. Being grateful for everything around you. Even the things you don't like, those things teach you something. When you get sick, it teaches you something. It's a teacher. Everything in this reality just is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that made sense. I hope that you got something from that. I mean, it was a very, very beautiful transition of cards here. And this was just another kind of story told in a different way from 2 weeks ago. That were, last week, 2 weeks ago, it was like the interpretation was, it's seeming like we're getting a DNA upgrade here. This could be the 5D reality coming in here from Ra. If you're a believer in the law of one, the law of one is 56 in numerology. Lights, camera, action is 56 in numerology. Speed of light is 56 in numerology. The word Gematria in Hebrew is 56. How much more evidence do you need? The 5 and the 6 is where it's at. And if you take 5 and 6 and you move into the chakras, it's 5, the throat, speaking, spells, and 6, the third eye. So the dream of the cosmos is right here. It's the third eye. Closing your eyes and, okay, tell me what you see. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you see when you close off the outside world? That's the dreamer. 5 and 6 is the dream and speaking the dream into existence with the throat chakra. 5, 6, 56. Pentagram, hexagon. Boron, carbon. It's pretty easy. New dream, new life, perhaps a DNA upgrade, but folks, you're getting it. It's a gift, man. Be grateful for your life. That's all I can say. Be grateful for your life. Be grateful for your life. That's probably the biggest thing here. All right, so let me finish with Where the hell is it? Oh, here it is. All right, so I'm going to finish this off where I started. I'm going to put on some cool cityscape that I created earlier. This is Still Corners, called The Trip. If you're interested in what the song is, it's one of my favorite songs at the current moment. Still Corners by The Trip. Check them out on YouTube. Support them. Pretty amazing. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure for What's Your Question 55, tied to our blood. We're getting a DNA upgrade, a gift from the universe, man. Be grateful in everything you do. Pay it forward. Be service to others. Turn off the dirty laundry. Level up, man. That's all I got to say. So until next time, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you later.